Thank you for coming. Good morning, everyone. My name is Arjun Saxena, and I'm the founder and CEO of Keynote, which is agentic email marketing. I have also been leading a community for the last couple of years called AI and Marketing. So you see a lot of events for developers, like AI is being adopted by developers for a long time, like in the last couple of years. And there's a lot of activity on the AI and go-to-market side, but there isn't anything for AI and marketing, which is what we started a couple of years ago, and now we got a bunch of events last year, and we continue to get more and more resonance, because the way that we see AI and marketing is the traditional marketing, but a lot of things that used to be agency work, like SEO and brand and influencer, all of those are now going to become AI products. So the next marketing automation is going to look much different, because we are going to get, it's going to have a much wider footprint. And in the last 3 months, I have spoken to almost every major builder, operator in this space, and it's been such a big learning experience. And I share that because during this process of the last 3 months of organizing this summit, what the insight that I wanted to share with you guys is that there are 3 groups of folks that are operating in AI marketing. One are the Fortune 2000 CMOs that have realized in the last year that they need a small team of 3-4 people to do exactly what they want to get done. And every Fortune 2000 company is a company of one, and they have bespoke workflows, bespoke things that they want to get done, and they are going ahead and building those internally. The second constituent of this trifecta are the AI founders that are productizing many of these workflows, and they are helping to scale these workflows. And the third are the existing vendors in the marketing automation space that are overlaying AI workflows to their existing stack. And what we try to do is bring these 3 groups together in the summit, and I'm very happy to share that we had a sold-out event, like an actual sold-out event. Okay. It was, it's completely, we had, 250 registrations. Thank you. And that's why we, set up live streaming for everybody else who can't make it. And the idea here is learning. Like, I truly believe that there is so much that the founders need to know about how the CMOs at Fortune 2000 companies are thinking. When are they going to buy? And when are they, what are they doing themselves? Like, if you don't know that, it's very difficult for you to sell into anybody that has a budget. Which is why everybody that's, that we invited to speak is somebody who has years of experience building in the marketing space. The last thing I'll share in terms of how we constructed the agenda in the morning. So if you think at a high level, what is possible today is that you can write in English, and you can connect with, if you have a market here, you can write in English, and you can connect to data, and you can connect to content. So the first couple of speakers that I'm going to talk about, which is Jen Rapp from Supersite. She is a content person. They're the largest company in the content space, the agency world. And then we have Chris, who runs Growth Loop, who is all about data and activation. So those are the 2 pillars that we wanted to bring together, perspectives of people who are building and how these things are going to actually happen. And typically when you do a conference, you get a keynote speaker, and the keynote speaker is very prescriptive to say, this is the vision, this is what is going to happen, and wow the audience. But these are not normal times. This is a time where the biggest company in this space, OpenAI, runs with no roadmap. There are probably like a dozen people who know what they're going to release next month, what they're planning, and what is possible. And everybody has to scramble to figure out, like, how do I change my business? What do I add? So I think this is a time where it's you need to be very low to the ground. You need to understand and learn what is happening before you commit to a particular silo. So for our keynote address, instead of a prescriptive vision statement, we've invited 2 of the most awesome people that we could get. One is Jake Saper from Emergent Capital, who, if you don't know, are behind some of the greatest companies. Every post he makes on LinkedIn blows up, and we're going to talk about that. And then we got Amit Prakash, who's built ThoughtSpot, which is one of the largest data companies in the last 20 years after Tableau. So without further ado, can we get Jake and Amit on the stage?
We were standing too far back, so the awkwardness of the clapping, stopping versus the walking on. Sorry. Should we have mics? Do you want to grab this mic? Just share it, I guess.
Cool. So a little bit more introduction about Amit. So Amit is CTO co-founder of HotSpot. Like I mentioned, he's been in neural nets and data. He was at Google. He was at Bing. So data for a long time, and activated data. So this is going to be fun. And he's founded A79, which we're going to talk about a little bit also, which is his next company. And I like to say that Amit is, there are Indian founders in the Bay Area, but Amit is, the other Indian founder, the elite Indian founder mafia, which is Nutanix, HubSpot, Cohesity, and Rubrik. These are all $4 billion Indian founder startups in the last 10 years or so. And Jake is at Emergence. He's behind Zoom. He's on Acquired for everybody. I'm a big fan of Acquired, Ben and David. And if you haven't heard Acquired, he's been the most number of times on the show for his insights. And one of the big ones that he did last year, which was around how do you build moats in generative AI, which we want to talk about a little bit. Cool. Anything else you guys want to add?
Let's get started.
Cool. So I'll start with the first question you, Jake. You had a post a week or so ago where you talked about, which really took off. And can you share the backstory and the insight behind with the group and what it means for marketing leadership?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for organizing this. Excited to be here. Just one bit of context on marketing and why it's very personal for me before I answer the question. My introduction into technology and into SaaS more broadly was through marketing. My now wife, then girlfriend I was excited about, was an early employee at HubSpot. This is now 15 years ago. And I had no idea what software was. I was a solar developer in India, actually. And I met her, fell in love with her, and she kind of opened my eyes to software and marketing, etc. And so this function in particular, I have a lot of love for, so love marketers. Okay, to answer the question, to get to the meat of the question, the question was about the post last week. So one of the most confusing things I think about where we are in generative AI right now is why incumbents haven't been able to compete effectively. So I would say the biggest thing that I'm surprised about today versus where, if we were having this conversation 12 months ago.
12 months ago, I think it was very easy to believe that incumbents with their data advantage would be able to plug in these models and beat all the startups, basically. And that hasn't yet happened. And so I was at a dinner a couple weeks ago and posed this question to a bunch of product managers at top AI companies. Why hasn't this happened yet? And there was a really robust discussion. One of the arguments as to why the incumbents have failed so far, largely speaking, to leverage their data assets is that the data they've acquired over the years isn't the right data to build these AI applications with. So what they've been accruing, obviously, are all sorts of workflow data and that kind of thing, which I think historically we thought this will be the useful data in building AI applications. It is possible that in a world of agentic AI, where you're effectively trying to replicate what a human does, you need much more granular data than the types of data that the incumbents have been acquiring so far. You need to understand how someone is doing a task within a piece of software and then switching to another piece of software and then maybe doing something offline, et cetera. All those really granular pieces of data are the ways in which effective agents will ultimately get built, and the incumbents don't have that granular data. Now, the contrarian position to that would be, you don't need all that granular data, and the incumbents are collecting that slowly but surely, and it's just taking them time to deploy this. And in 12 to 18 months, we're going to see that the Salesforces of the world, et cetera, will have really, really effective AI agents built. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's a very interesting debate.
Yeah, we tried very hard to get someone from Salesforce to tell us what
Salesforce has done really well. Salesforce was our very first investment 22 years ago at Emergence. And what I will say about Mark Benioff is I think he probably still is the best marketer in software. Product, TBD.
Cool. On that point, you started 879, which stands for AAI. And you share a powerful insight with us similar lines that the most important data is not in digital form yet. Can you tell us a little bit about how you came to that realization? Because a lot of founders here are consumed with building, but you see a gap. And can you tell us how you came to that realization and what are the implications specifically for marketing when you talk about workflows? And any examples like the Brex example that you want to share?
Yeah, so everything you said is very consistent with the question that I grappled with for almost a decade. Right? So in 2012, we had this version in ThoughtSpot that asking data questions, and for business users who have all the business context to be able to get to the data should be as easy as searching in Google, and that's what we started the company on. That's the product we built and launched in 2014. And ever since, I've been trying to figure out what would it take to make it as automatical as possible. And the learning has been that, yes, you need natural language understanding, you need code generation, you need data understanding, but the biggest thing is there's lots and lots of very granular context that's trapped in people's head that nobody has ever had any motivation to document it or systemize it. So like a simple example that I give is, if somebody comes in and says, how many deals did we add this quarter versus how many deals did we win this quarter? The definition of this quarter is going to change from creation date to close date, right? And this is not a piece of information that's sitting documented somewhere. The guy who does this just knows it. And you throw them a question like that, they will automatically know what to do. How do machines learn that? And the question comes like, how do humans learn that? It's usually on the job. Like you join a team of analysts, they know how to do it. The first time you stumble, they tell you how to do it. And I think the missing piece in the whole AI story and agentic story is this kind of learning. Like how humans learn from other humans through constant coaching. That's the piece that's missing in the AI story. And that's the reason why I think, unless we figure that piece out, I think a lot of agentic effort is going to fall flat. It will do interesting things, but it'll not reach the level of automation that we are dreaming or we think that we can get to. So that's kind of been the last decade of work for me. And we came up with particular ways of harvesting that information, and that's been the foundation of the new company I'm building as well.
Thank you. And you did similar, you launched like four or 5 years ago, you launched a similar thing that you're talking about in HotSpot. Are you also saying that what is possible through traditional ways has been done, and this has to be done, or there is still some scope in it? If you can describe what you launched at HotSpot, which was a similar lines, and then is what you just said the most important thing that needs to be solved?
Yeah, so I think the other sort of insight that I can share is that traditional software is kind of built like a house. It's architected. Somebody takes like years of principles of how do you do distributed systems, how do you do web apps, puts that together with the requirement, comes up with design, and then 2-3 months later you have a product, right? AI doesn't work that way. Like you cannot put real world tasks into neat little abstractions and expect those abstractions to work. It just needs to be constantly evolving based on the feedback that's coming. So what we did at ThoughtSpot was essentially build a way to have a two-way communication with the end user so that you can ask a question like, how many deals did we win this quarter? And ThoughtSpot will come back with, I've interpreted it as number of opportunities where the current date the quarter for the current date is same as the quarter for your close date. Right? And the user said that that's not right, and the system says why, and there is a little bit of exchange that happens. And if you learn how to take that exchange and leverage it so that you never make that mistake again, then you're golden. So what we see is that you deploy this product somewhere where there's fairly complex data model, fairly complex questions, and the accuracy would be somewhere around 60–70%, which is as good as it gets. But people interact with it for a few weeks, and then it goes to 90% and continues to progress towards high 90s because it's constantly learning that information, and not just from one person, but from everybody. So it becomes actually a much better repository of institutional wisdom than anything else in there. So we've had some success doing that in a very narrow world of data questions. I think what it needs to be done is, in case of arbitrary tasks and everything that we're trying to automate with AI, can you figure out this kind of two-way communication between the end user and the AI system so that it's constantly learning? And it's very efficient in learning in the sense that, like, sure, you can do fine tuning, but you need like tens of thousands of examples for it to be effective. Can you learn from one example and generalize it?
I think that's the big shift. Like with ML in the last 10 years, you created so much first-party data that it was very painful. And now you can learn very low sample data. Cool. Which is what these smartphones. So Jake, on that, like I mentioned earlier, like OpenAI runs with the roadmap, unlike any other big software company, and there is the gap that Amit just spoke about between, and you also mentioned about workflow. So when you invest in AI companies, and you invest in early-stage AI companies, how do you pick the signal, like without knowing what is possible tomorrow? What is your framework or methodology?
So it's fitting because I was at OpenAI yesterday talking about their product roadmap. So it's a very timely question. One thing I learned is relevant to what Amit was just discussing is they will shortly release the ability to fine-tune their reasoning models. So this is like O3 and O2 if you guys have used those models. And the belief is that they think that if you can fine-tune these reasoning models, you need an even smaller amount of data to make that work well, which is pretty interesting, actually. So it has a lot of implications on how do you customize these models for very specific use cases, which bleeds into, I think, the broader question for an investment thesis. How do you figure out what to invest in if OpenAI and Anthropic, et cetera, could build anything? There's similarities, obviously, to that question around, people have been asking that question around Google for years. Google could just build this, why do you invest in it? And I think the answer is somewhat similar, which is those companies, first of all, they can't build everything. And second of all, they're building generalist platforms. They're not really building tools for a specific functional user or a specific vertical user. And so I think a lot of what you'll see the investor community focus on are applications that are more focused. So I'm focused on trying to solve a problem or a job to be done that is somewhat narrow, either within a function or within a vertical. And I think if you do that, you're going to be collecting data that is specific to that domain that the OpenAIs of the world won't have, so you can fine-tune the models. But also, you're going to be building workflow and agents that are just better suited for that task. As we talked about before at the beginning, like so much of the data necessary to build really good agents isn't really available today in workflow tools, or it's certainly not available in the web data that OpenAI is scraping to build their models. So much of it is, the small things that take place online, offline, between applications, et cetera. And if you go narrow to focus on a job to be done, you're more likely to gather that data.
So what I'm hearing is that this is an opportunity for every builder.
I think this is the most exciting time to be building a company. It's certainly like for an investor, I've been doing this for 11 years now. This is the scariest and most exciting time to be doing my job. Because these companies and the microphones that they supply don't work. So I think like that, like if you're
excited about building something right now, do it. One thing I would say on the builder front, if you have an idea, even if you can't code, you need to build a prototype immediately. And this is different than it was even 6 months ago. 6 months ago and time before that, if you had some cool business idea or some application idea, if you did want to get a business, you would need to go hire some coders to go build it if you weren't a coder yourself. That is no longer the case. Everyone in this room can go onto one of these prototyping applications and build something with natural language. We invested in one called Bolt. It went from 0 to 20 million in revenue in 2 months. And that's because lots of people who aren't coders can go and say, build me an application that does this, and then press a button and it builds the application. It's wild. So it's easier to get off the ground than it ever has been.
So on the same topic, last year some people dismissed many startups as just OpenAI wrappers. And do you think now we've entered the age of the wrapper builders in that we are, what you just said? Like, is that the new thing that everybody should be focused on?
I think that term was used derisively to refer to companies that weren't adding a lot of value on top of the LLM. So I think the framing that I've been trying to use is very simply that. Like, what is the job to be done you're trying to achieve? And how much of that job to be done could be done by going straight to the LLM, straight to OpenAI or Anthropic or whatever, versus how much additional value are you, the application builder, providing to get that job done? And you need to constantly be adding more value as the underlying models get better. So it's not a static equation. As the models go like this, your value needs to go like this to ensure that you're creating enough value that you can charge. But if you start to plateau, the models aren't going to plateau likely, then you do look less and less valuable. I think we saw that in the early days of marketing, right? Like there were some companies, I won't name on stage for not to shame them, but there were some early big winners in generative AI applications 2 years ago that took off before, if you guys recall, before OpenAI had a UI. Right? You could only use it through APIs because they basically became the UX, they became ChatGPT, and they took off. And then of course when ChatGPT was launched, they weren't adding as much value on top of it, and I think business didn't look as well as good going forward. The question for those businesses and all these businesses going forward is, how do you keep that gap between yourself and the model? And I think it's somewhat easier to maintain that gap if you're more narrowly focused on a specific job to be done.
Cool, thank you. So, Amit, question to you. You mentioned, like, this is a powerful beyond narrow tasks. Like today, if you have in a marketing team, lifecycle marketing, SEO, some agencies, brand, etc., those are all constrained by what can be done manually and what can be done, what can be automated, and that's how every marketing team is structured. But now that we have this powerful technology, and one of the things, just some context. So the way that I see it, there are 3 flavors in which people are building these companies. One is a single workflow. You take, say, lifecycle marketing, and you go deep in that job to be done. Second is a team, like a marketing team, and we do all the things that any marketing team can think of, and there are companies that are doing that. And like what Amit is building with A79 is a generalized platform that you can do legal, HR, sales, marketing, anything. It's any kind of agent. So if like A79, Emma, and I think Relevance and several other companies are building this generalized platform, what does it mean for specifically marketing teams, how they are structured, how the go-to-market will work for these, and do you think, obviously you don't think that, but can people still stick to the current go-to-market and consumption models, like you only build for lifecycle marketing, even though you could do content generation, you could do other things? Good.
That's a very interesting question, and the one that I grapple with every day.
Because I think the go-to-market is so, like, it's shape-shifting.
Yeah.
You can build, like in earlier times, you could build a replacement product for like HubSpot to Salesforce, but now the team, the buying, and the usage is probably going to shift. So it's not like you can build an exact thing or what already existed, a better exact thing.
So I don't have a crystal ball, but my prediction is that the future of software is very much T-shaped, where on one end, the software that you use is going to be super highly personalized for you, hyper-personalized for you. gone are the days where like somebody goes and talks to 40 people with a specific task, and then builds the common denominator, and then throws it over the wall, and there are like 3-month cycles for feature improvement. And I think the future of the software will actually, you need something, it'll generate the code, and then do the task for you, whether the power planner thought about it or not. It's going to be super personalized, super narrow. Software just written for you and maybe thrown away after you use it.
It's like a Formula 1 car, you use it and it's done.
But at the same time, for that to work, there needs to be a very broad platform underneath it that understands a lot of things. So if you want software to behave as near human intelligence level, it needs to understand a lot of things, and it needs to have a lot of skills to be able to do it. And like, this is kind of a funny example, but I love this, that imagine you train an agent to be a doctor, and it has only seen medical tests, and it has only seen case reports and stuff, and nothing else. And somebody shows up and says, I have a really bad spinning headache because I went to a Taylor Swift concert last night. And now this guy has no idea what's going on, whereas a person would be able to relate and say, okay, maybe there was lack of sleep, maybe there was a lot of alcohol, maybe some viral disease got communicated. And so I think there's a similar thing that's going to apply when you can ask the software to do arbitrary things. It needs to have a really broad base. And my bet is that that's the kind of software that's going to win in the future. So naturally, that's the thing that I'm trying to build.
Cool. That's a very technologist take on how software is going to be. What's your take as an investor? Like, what's the middle ground?
So I went to one of your shows myself, and I'm laughing because I'm remembering how I felt the next day. And I don't think my software understood me. With my wife, who didn't come. How do I think software will be built? I think that the history of software shows that there are great companies that are built as horizontal applications, and there's great companies that are built more vertically. And so I think that will continue to be the case. Like if you look at the history of SaaS, SaaS started with the move from on-prem to cloud. There were a few great on-prem vendors, Siebel Systems, PeopleSoft, et cetera. And then you had Salesforce and Workday, et cetera, built as the cloud versions of those. And then the second era of SaaS was vertical SaaS. So companies like Veeva Systems in the pharmaceutical space and others decided to build very vertically specific applications for specific industries. Those became very successful. And then arguably we're kind of entering the third wave of SaaS, which is AI-enabled SaaS. And so I think that there will probably be great vertical software winners. There will probably be great horizontal software winners. I think it becomes harder for the horizontal players in this next era to maintain that gap between themselves and the underlying models. So I'm not saying it can't be done, but if we're using that as our North Star of what's defensible, or one way in which to be defensible relative to the incumbents, or rather the model providers, it's probably a harder game to play if you're building something really generalized. Probably a little bit easier if you're building something like that.
So overall, what I'm getting from both of you is that it's what people thought 2 years ago, that there'll be universal universal basic UBI, universal basic income, and there'll be one company that'll dominate. It just seems that now there is much more opportunity on the horizontal space, on the vertical space, on the workflows, the jobs to be done, and it's like a game explosion. More so than what people feared a couple of years ago, where there'll be one company, everybody's living on this universal basic income, and now there's opportunity.
Well, I think that we've been talking a lot about OpenAI, which is great, and I think part of the reason we're talking so much about OpenAI, which is very relevant to this room, is because of their brand. Like I would argue that OpenAI's most successful thing they've done is build brand, more so than even the models they've built. Anthropic's coding models are still better, even despite the most recent model that OpenAI released to help with coding. Anthropic's consumer brand lags far behind OpenAI's. So I say that A, because I'm in a room full of marketers, but also to note that there's not just one dominant model provider. The other thing we haven't talked at all about yet is open source LLMs, which are really important and will grow in importance. So as most of you probably know, Meta has developed a series of models called Llama, which are open source, and there's other providers that are developing open source models as well. Those models are getting very good, in some cases as good as the closed source models. And we're seeing a lot of enterprises adopt those products as well. And so I don't think that we're in a situation where there's one company that has become dominant and is going to control the world. I don't think it's good for the world. I think the flourishing of multiple closed source and many open source models is healthy both for a capitalist society and also just as we think about democracy. Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Last question before we open it up to the audience for other questions. Last year you did this one podcast with Fire where we talked about building moats in the generative AI world. Can you recap for the audience who still haven't heard of Acquired and talk about what's changed, or if anything, in your pieces of what it is now to build moats when you're building a generative AI company?
For sure. So I think a year ago, a lot of people were building stuff just to build stuff with technology. So people were building to use the technology, not to solve the problem. And I think that created a lot of apps that weren't adding a lot of value. I think we're starting to shift that. So that's one thing that's changed, I think, over the past 12 months since we recorded that podcast, which is really good. In terms of the moats, I think the potential moats remain the same. So obviously there's data as a moat, but as we discussed, it's possible that you will need less data going forward to provide that moat, but that data will need to be very specific and also very proprietary by definition. A second form of moat is workflows. And this is the same moat that's existed in software all along. Part of the reason why Salesforce is so dominant is because people are living in the products every day. I think it's actually relevant to AI marketing, specifically in the context of companies like 11x. You guys are familiar with these companies that are kind of AI SDRs. There's been some companies are doing and how much value they're actually providing to their customers. I think one of the challenges I have with that space is it's not deeply embedded in workflow. You can turn it on really quickly. It doesn't necessarily plug into a lot of stuff deeply. There's not a lot of people using the product, and as a result, it's really easy to turn off. And so that creates less of a moat. I invested in a company called Unify, which is a marketing tool that helps people get more leads, but it's deeply integrated into workflow. So it goes deeply into your data architecture, and also humans work with it every day. And so it does have a lot of the AI SDR capabilities, but the human is involved in that product. And as a result, the churn has been relatively low in that business. So workflow is one category. Data is another. I think that there's a series of other moats that have nothing to do with AI that we've kind of ignored in this world of AI. Moats like network effects. Network effects still relevant in AI, right? As long as there's a human node that adds more value to anyone else in the network, there's going to be value in that network. And that exists obviously in consumer, but also exists in business. We're investors in a company called Defensibility, which is like LinkedIn for doctors. And that company has a huge moat, regardless of and they're doing all sorts of cool stuff with AI, but the fact that there's a network effect of humans that use the product every day makes it, I think, sticky. The last thing I'll say, which again, I think has nothing to do with AI, but is potentially an increasingly important moat in a world where anyone can build anything quickly, is brand. Right? Like one of the comments that was made at OpenAI yesterday was that momentum is the moat. And I think what they mean by that is like momentum being like how quickly are you moving, but also like how much has the community of your buyers coalesced around you as the emerging leader in a space. And if that is an increasingly important mode in a world that's noisier than ever because it's easier to build anything than ever, then brand in some ways becomes potentially the most important mode going forward, which I think is actually like a very exciting opportunity and challenge to all the people in this room.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jake. So this is one of the core tenets of why we started AI marketing. I meet with a lot of founders who are building cool products, but I tell them if you want to build a $100 billion company, you need to have a significant portion of the Fortune 2000 companies in your as your customers. And if those people have not heard of you, it doesn't matter really what you're building. So nobody in a Fortune 2000 will buy your product if they've never heard of you, don't know about you. And so the AI marketing community is built to bring everybody together so that we increase the recognition for companies that are building in this space.
marketed as extremely knowledgeable.
Cool. So I think that is a good session. Anybody have any questions?
I actually just signed on with Unify. I'll be onboarding this week, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Brand.
So I can tell customer success I know someone on the board in case.
Perfect. Exactly.
But anyway, my question is this: we've been building a platform that has to do with risk-based enterprise software, risk-based pricing for auto loans. So certainly very specific and somewhat complex group to sell into, of course. And then we built, and we're just about to launch an AI agent next to it that just would help a credit analyst or credit, what you might call a credit risk officer, make decisions, and it's sort of making it for them. And we have all the proprietary data for each one of the lenders. So my question is this, though, knowing that a little bit as the backdrop, and myself being the non-technical co-founder, my technical co-founder is not here today, but I'll share with him that I asked this question because he had an ML AI dev shop that had done some financial services work that I loved, and we all got together and we've been building this. But in the back of my mind, I'm seeing how quickly they're building kind of the Keras GPT, we're calling it, which probably used to call it something else. How do I, as the non-technical co-founder, get my head around the fact that just a few minutes ago you were talking about coding with natural language, and I have a dev team that, it's not massive, we're a startup, it's 6 deep though, and I'm spending X on it every month, and I'm thinking, geez, should this be 20% of X, 40% of X? I think you know where I'm going with that sort of general question or statement.
Yeah, so that opens up the whole vibe coding topic, which is very vibey right now. I have a couple thoughts on that. One is, I had a dinner last night with a bunch of AI engineers, and I asked them the question, like, within your organizations, is everyone mandated to use one of these coding copilot tools? And there's a bunch, right? There's obviously Copilot, GitHub Copilot, there's Cursor, there's Klein, there's a few of them. And in almost all cases, it was a mandate that every engineer use one of these tools. And so one very quick thing to do for a non-technical leader of a company is to say hey, which of these coding assistants are you using? And if the answer is none, then you may have some data around what you want to do. I will say that there's challenges with these coding assistants, right? They can put out bad code. So you have to be very careful about that. I do think great engineering organizations, though, are architecting themselves in such a way that they're able to generate a lot of code with these assistants, but they're also using AI to understand if the code is buggy, et cetera. So you can actually kind of evaluate it that way. The other thing I'd say is, even for non-technical people, it's worth using one of these tools. Maybe not the clients and cursors in the world, because you do have to code there, but the bolts and lovables, those types of things, where you're able, both particular school, obviously a bias, but you can use natural language and then it will pop up the code that's created from the language, and so you can see as a non-technical person what I did. So when I said I wanted to build an application that could help me, build a pet store, e-commerce site, and then it'll pop up all the development environment straight to code, and when you make edits in the natural language, it'll make edits in the code. So it also allows you as a non-technical person to get a better sense as to what's actually happening. Our entire investment committee at our offsite next week are going to be building applications. That's part of our thing, and most of us can't code. But we're forcing ourselves to get native in it because it makes us better investors, and I think it also makes non-technical leaders companies better.
So at an IC meeting for emergence, you guys are going to all do a bit of this?
That's the plan. Yeah, so we have a plan next week. We have some people from these companies coming in to give us a little bit of coaching sort of unfair advantage. But the idea is, for all of us to sit around and build applications.
Thank you.
We have time for a couple more questions.
Hi, Jay. My name is Ashmi. My question is about Jay's post that I have not read until today. So this whole question of incumbents, etc. But this is a room full of potential buyers, leaders who will be deciding which marketing solutions to buy in the future. And we've all gone through the stage where we have point tools, then we get best of breed, then we get best of suite in many areas, productivity, collaboration, marketing. Where do you see that going in the next few years from a buyer perspective? And I ask that because I've been through the pain of combining multiple tools, then dealing with products that were not the best, but I didn't have to deal with multiple tools, etc. So I'm curious how you think about that going forward.
I'll tell you what my hope is, and then maybe I'll make a comment as well. My hope is that we get to a place with this next era of software where you have something that is both supportable across multiple use cases, by multiple customers, as well as more customizable to that user. So like that's the ideal dream state of software going forward. Before you kind of had this situation where it was a little bit binary, where like you either bought the thing off the shelf and like really had to just kind of really bear it if it didn't work for you, or you bought something and you hired a bunch of people to basically customize it for you. And that was bad for all sorts of reasons. I think the nirvana state going forward is that you have something that is both supportable by an organization, that can update it, et cetera, but also customized to you. And I'm optimistic. Like I'm seeing more of this happen now, and part of it's because it is easier for the application vendor to build parts of the product that can be tailored for a specific user. It's frankly just easier for them to code stuff now, like because of the things we were talking about before. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm starting to see companies manage that balance reasonably well. I will say that like my hunch is that the point solutions broadening out into the broader thing could be the way that this starts to work versus the broad platform trying to change. Just I think like that old analogy of like how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time. I think that will probably be easier than building like this massive thing and then seeing if you can customize this one. Who knows?
Anybody else?
Yeah, so I completely agree with the software that adapts and personalizes to you. The only other thing I would say is that, like, if you take the analogy of temperature, I think for a while the software temperature was fairly low and things were stable. And right now temperature is really high. And things start going to change, you can't help it. You can try to set this out and wait for the temperature to come down, but you will miss the party. Right? So things are going to change, and the best sign that you have for the right thing to bet on is how fast they iterate and how quickly they move. Everything else almost doesn't matter. If they're able to adapt and move fast, that's a good vendor for you to bet on.
Hi there, I'm Arvind from Dallas, Texas. I run an AI agency, and I feel like this has been a consistent challenge for me where I can't decide how much to niche down and how narrow is too narrow. I'll give you an example. Like, I think AI agency for like small businesses, so hey, we help you streamline your operations and run things more efficiently and increase your revenue and decrease costs. But then you could narrow down and say, okay, we just do that for healthcare. And that's a message that resonates more. But then at the same time, you have this question about niching down further and within healthcare as well. You could just go, hey, we just help home health businesses automate processes or increase efficiency. So I guess the challenge for me as a marketer is like how much to niche down, how narrow is too narrow, because you also want that message to resonate. When you're stating that problem, it has to resonate with them so they actually listen to what's possible, and then you do your spiel. So, thank you.
I think this question is a really good question beyond just the marketer lens. I think one of the biggest challenges I see in early stage startup building is companies refusing to define their ICP, their ideal customer profile. And that has a lot of implications when you don't define it well. You can get to a few million in revenue pretty quickly by selling to lots of different people and selling lots of different things. But then you may blow up because what's your product roadmap look like? How do you sell effectively going forward? I think the same is probably true for agencies. Like defining your ideal customer profile is very, very important. My own bias, and this is someone who like was on the Viva journey and other journeys of like going more narrow, is that by starting narrow, you have a better chance of becoming dominant and becoming well known within that narrow niche, and then potentially expanding beyond it. I think something that has proven true in software many times is you underestimate the size of the market you're going after. You think it's so niche, but you start, it's auto loans, underlying auto loans, et cetera. That's actually probably a massive market. And what's interesting about that is you're not only replacing software now, you're also potentially replacing labor spends. And so that market may be bigger. It could be the same for you. Like, if you think about home health, agency, that probably is a larger world than you think. It is also probably true that you can capture more spend over time if you narrow yourself, because you can build a better service for that, a larger service, a more comprehensive service for that user. And also you have a chance that you can move from home health to ambulatory care or something else. Versus if you say, I'm in marketing agency. Okay, and? Cool.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Amit. They'll be here for a little bit more if you have any questions. Thank you. Cool. Our next speaker is Jen Rapp, who is the CMO of Superside. She's been at Klaviyo, DoorDash, and many other companies. And Superside, if you've not heard of them, they are the biggest AI content people. And she's flown in especially for us from LA. So thank you very much.
Bear with me while I get this set up. You guys are going to see my whole desktop, which is a disaster. Let's see. Give me a sec.
Technical difficulties. We've got it on the computer, but not on the screen. Okay, maybe I'll just start. Who needs slides anyways, right? We're gonna get the slides, I promise. But hi, I'm Jen Rapp. I am currently the CMO at a company called Superside. I bet most people in this room haven't heard of Superside. That's okay, you will. We're the leading AI-powered creative service. We're very much like a creative agency, but we're faster, we're cheaper, we're smarter, and we're AI-powered. We were founded out of Y Combinator like 8 years ago. We're based in Oslo, Norway, but we're a global company, and we employ over 700 creatives globally around the world so that we can work 24 hours a day. Our main customers are people like the people in this room. Our main customers are the Google, Salesforce, which sounds like a lot of Salesforce fans here, Reddit, Intuit, Patagonia, Klaviyo, like every big company you've heard of, their creative team is overburdened and they're using us. So, I'll tell you a little bit about my background while we're trying to work this out. I come from a really strong brand foundation. And so I love what Jake was talking about the power of brand. I really believe in the power of brand. I spent 10 years at Patagonia, running marketing and communications there. Moved on to work for Tom's, the shoe company, and then went and led marketing at DoorDash pre-IPO. Probably lots of DoorDash users in here. For reference, when I joined that company, all my friends were like, DoorDash? You're working for DoorDash jeans? Didn't they go out of business in like the 70s? I'm like, no, it's DoorDash. It's this crazy thing called like food delivery, which now is like so commonplace. And then I led marketing at Klaviyo, and we went through a big IPO last year. I bet there's lots of Klaviyo users in this room. Are there? Raise your hand if you are. Oh, Jesus, there's only one. All right, Klaviyo's got to get going there. Okay, so I'm just going to keep going as we try to figure out the computer thing. But what I'm here to talk about today is the fact that marketers and all of the content that we create, whether that's ads, websites, campaigns, social posts, all of it. AI is really disrupting how we create it all. And the marketing world and the creative world specifically is at a true crossroads. We've definitely all seen the magic of what AI can create in terms of like image generation. It's fast, it's impressive, and let's be honest, it's super addictive. I bet most of us have gotten on one of the platforms, whether that's ChatGPT with their new AI image models, or that's like experimenting with Midjourney or Leonardo. But it's super addictive, and it's led to like a total industry-wide transformation. But think about how it's impacting all of our lives, like on the daily. I bet a lot of people in this room a couple weeks ago built their own little like AI action figure packs. Did you? Did anyone in here create their own? Yeah, see? People are nodding their heads. I created one, it was terrible. I'll show you guys in a minute. But really, like, all these tools are expanding our creative boundaries and what we can create. But it's also creating a lot of questions about the future of... This is not AI, that's just press slideshow. See if that works. Come on, just work. Okay, all right, cool. All right, here we go, guys. This is the worst. It's not on my screen, so I have no idea now what I'm presenting to you guys. But we're gonna kind of kick off by taking a deep breath. Like, creatives aren't going anywhere. I bet a lot of you have creative teams, correct? Like a lot of you either run big creative teams or you have big creative teams. They're not going anywhere, but yeah, the industry's totally evolving. And today we're gonna kind of walk through a reality check on the magic of AI. We're gonna talk about how AI is actually influencing the creative process. We're gonna do some fun examples of AI in action and some of the work that we're doing for our really incredible clients. And then all of like this comes back to what does this mean for content creation and the creative agency model. Okay, so this is our AI reality check. I wanted to do a campaign that we actually just launched, and I wanted it to be all about like, if you know, you know. And so I went to Leonardo, the program, and I had just been in London at a Canva and Leonardo and Superside event. And I was like, you know, this, like AI, this prompting looks like anybody can do it. And this is what I got. This does not say if you know, you know. This was like, my vision was, hey, make helium balloons that say if you, IYKYK, whatever the hashtag is. And this is after like 15 attempts at prompting. I brought it to my team and I was like, you guys, I suck. But it's tough, and you need real creatives, you need really trained creatives to use this. And I learned firsthand, like, not everyone can do it. Not me, not everybody. There's a real significant skills gap out there today. Only 20% of designers are confident using AI tools. That's a really low percent. Less than 10% of design output of all the work us marketers do is AI generated. That's still 90% that's not. And then over 40% of enterprise teams, so like a lot of your teams, if you're from an enterprise company, they aren't using AI in their workflows at all. Like that's still a huge percent at a time when everyone's worried about like, are we gonna lose our jobs as creative? Like we are still very much at the tip of the iceberg of adoption and skill. So, next slide. So Superside, where I am, where I live today, we're slightly ahead of the game. And that's because the company committed in 2023 to AI, to going all in AI. We were like, look, the creative agency model is changing. The agency model in general is changing. Like I mentioned, we came out of Y Combinator. We have tech founders that are very AI friendly and we're ahead of the curve in terms of adoption. Our customers are the Silicon Valley companies of the world that are really comfortable with AI and share our mindset around like actually using adoption. And it's really in our DNA. Like, it's not just an add-on, it's how we're really powering our work today. And if you use an agency, this is really important that your agency is doing the same. And ultimately, 100% of our creatives have been AI upskilled. So they know how to use all the different programs out there today. But let's talk about like what it's actually good for. I don't know if there's like any Ali G fans in this room, but do you guys remember the horrible skit where he was like, technology, what is it good for? Remember that? Like, and this is kind of it. It's like AI, what is it good for in terms of like creative content creation? Where are we seeing success with it? Okay, what we're finding is obviously, and I guarantee everyone in this room already knows this, doesn't replace creativity, it multiplies it. We know that when you bring AI into your creative workflows, you're unlocking speed, efficiency, scale. It allows you to explore more ideas and styles. I'll get into that in a little bit. And then it opens up endless possibilities. What used to require a photo shoot or really like hands-on, human, logistic-heavy execution doesn't exist anymore. You don't need to do that. So I'm going to talk about a couple of really specific examples that everyone in this room, if you have a creative team or if you're the creative, like this is where you can start to implement it today. Image creation, it's huge. Image creation is something we can all start doing today. Sorry about the sort of wavy slides here, but I promise they don't look like this in real life. So, new vision for product imagery. This is huge for companies that have a lot of SKUs, a lot of inventory, anyone that has to do a lot of pictures for their business. One of our customers, I Buy Direct, it's really important for them to be able to try the frames on body. And so we created a model that allows their frames to go on any body. One, we allowed it so that their product imagery on their website is featured on different kinds of people with different face shapes, different colors of skin, without having to do any real photography, which is huge. And so really we're training these AI models on how to show a brand's image, a brand's product on body without having to do any real life photography. I'll talk about that a little more in a second too. This is also really, really important. This is really the future of where we're going with AI and branding and brand models. And that is AI brand models. I'm going to talk about that more in a second because I think it's incredibly important. It's also, AI is proving really, really helpful with idea generation, storyboarding, concepting. You're able to now put in a simple prompt that says, this is the kind of campaign I want to see or I want to potentially create. And AI will create an entire storyboard for you that used to have to be either hand sketched or CAD, or put into Photoshop or Illustrator. Teams used to take hours to do this, and now we can come up with simple, like, huge scale ideas with a simple prompt. And so let's go back to this AI model exploration. Every brand in here can have a brand model today. This is not rocket science, this isn't data science, like, this is really, like, this is my level kind of stuff. And so I wanted to talk about this from, like I mentioned, if you have a brand that is very product image heavy, this is where it's at. So, for example, an apparel company came to Superside and said, look, we spend a ton of money on product photography every season. We want to create a model that can show our clothing on tons of different backgrounds, bodies, people, in situ, in studio, all the above. I know at Patagonia, we spent $2.5 million a year on on-body photography alone. Like, that's a ton of your marketing budget right there that can be saved with an AI brand model. And today, it's really dang hard to tell what is AI generated and what is not. Brands still have that fear today of like, if I go towards AI-generated imagery, is it gonna be obvious? Is it gonna look like crap? Like, what's it going to be? And so here's a bunch of hyper-realistic images that you can't really tell which are real or fake. Here's a tip. These are the ones that are real, and these are the ones that are fake. It's almost impossible at this point to tell what has really been shot and what is AI. So where are we seeing the most success? Like, where would my suggestion be to go and start investing in when it comes to AI and creative? Tons of success with digital and social ads. Like, when I was at Klaviyo, I mentioned I hired Superside. I hired Superside to come in and do all of my paid marketing for the team. We see that when you add AI to this work stream, you can be almost 70% more efficient. Illustration, like I mentioned, whether that's storyboarding, whether that's product sketching, whatever it is with illustration, we can create massive illustration banks in 12 hours. Images, like I mentioned, go hard on the imagery, it is worth it. And then branding, like I said, build an AI-first brand. Build a brand model that allows your team to do more with less. And so where should you be doubling down? Everything I mentioned down below, whether that's video, AI-enhanced branding, copies, campaigns, voiceovers. Really, today, the playground is right in front of you. Okay, so let's talk about it in action. When I came to Superside, the brand was dog food, you guys. It was terrible. It was so bad. It looked like the website was made by like clip art from my 13-year-old teenager. It was just, and yet we were working for like Google and Intuit and all these incredible, huge enterprise brands. And I was like, you guys, we gotta up-level this. And so our founder asked me to do two things. One, he said, do it all in-house. We're a creative agency, we should be able to do that. And then make it AI first. And I remember like even 13 months ago, I was like, AI first, huh? Don't really know what that even means. Well, it means to build a brand system that is totally extensible and scalable with AI. If you design it with AI, you can grow it and use it and expand it with AI. And so as we dove into this rebrand process, we made sure every last image was AI generated, our color palette, AI generated. Every last element of our system was created with AI. So how do we grow on that? Well, and this is another tip that I think is actually really helpful. We knew we wanted to have tons of brand imagery. And we were like, look, okay, like I said, we created all of those images with AI, but how do you grow that? Like, campaigns have to feel fresh, cool, fun, all of the above. We're a creative agency, for heaven's sake. And so we did one photo shoot. We went to Cape Town, which is extremely inexpensive to shoot in. We shot, these are all Supersiders, these are all employees, no models. We kept it all in-house, and we built a model off the photo shoot. So we built a model that could create tons more imagery based on one photo shoot. So I don't need to do a photo shoot every year anymore. We've created a model that can do this for us without more human input or budget or any of those things that your CFO does not like. We also kept a mascot. And many brands in here today, I bet you might have a mascot, or like think of like Geico and their gecko, like any brand that has a mascot, that too can have a model created around it. So that for Superside, our mascot is the astronaut. It's been with us since the company was launched. But now we have a model that can put our astronaut wherever we want him to be, whether that's serving coffee at Cannes or in the desert, figuring out new ways to get creative things done. We can put him wherever we want, whenever we want. We also have turned to video, an AI-generated video. I mentioned that If You Know, You Know campaign that I had this terrible attempt at doing the helium balloons for. Well, we knew we wanted to create a hero video for the campaign. We knew we had $0, zero budget to be able to do it. And so the team was like, hey, let's triple down on learning how to do really great AI video. So everything in this video you're gonna see is AI. the voiceover, the motion, the imagery, everything was done with AI. Oh, no, you guys.
How is every one of their ads so f***ing good? How do they make B2B actually look cool? It's your favorite brand's favorite way to get video done. It's how marketers stop choosing between speed and quality. It's how in-house creatives go from overwork to over-delivering. It's Silicon Valley's best, worst-kept creative secret. Join over 500 companies partnering with the world's leading AI-powered creative service to get all the skills, scale, and speed your team needs. Superside. If you know, you know.
So for me as a marketer, that's incredible. $0, the only cost to me was a headcount of my team. And this is a team that as of a year ago did not have these skills. And so if you challenge your team today, just like Jake said, like give your team a mandate to learn how to code. Give your team a mandate to start using these tools. Within months, they can be AI upskilled. And so let's talk a little bit about agency. How many people in here use an agency? Okay, that's like 30%, and I bet I'm guessing almost like 40 to 50% of people in here use some sort of creative agency, whether that's for advertising concepts, whether that's for social, but many of us need to go external to use agency help, right? I have many times in my career, whether it's for a rebrand or for me hiring Superside to come do our paid media. It's real, but today it's getting even more challenging because all of the agencies in the world are sort of freaking out. They're sort of going, what do we do to stay ahead of the curve? How do we go out with the old and in with the new? I mean, the most significant way that they are changing is they're starting to realize that the old agency model of large teams, large, lengthy contracts, rigid processes, it doesn't work anymore. AI has come in and truly disrupted how they operate, and it's made it so that agencies have to now scale up and scale down with demand. But AI can't just be another tool at an agency. It has to be a part of the mindset, and it has to be a part of how the agency is truly going to operate. So what does that future really look like? This is one prompt generating, I think, like 150 ads. And this is what can be done today. And so the future, when I look at what the future is going to look like for all of us that need to get so much done, AI fluency is critical for all creatives. Like I said, go force your team to get on board. Force them to play. Force all of you to play. Like I'm forcing myself to play in these tools because it makes me a better marketer, and I think all of us can do the same. The tedious non-billable work, like briefs and quoting and all of that's going to AI. So this is a one prompt brief that because there is a brand GPT, it can spit out all of those ads in a second. And AI is going to touch every part of production. From image generation to localization. It's going to touch all of it. And so eventually, we're going to be launching massive campaigns with a single prompt. I'm really excited for that. And creatives, they're going to shift from being execution people that like, maybe they're really good at video, maybe they're really good at illustration, to being strategic thinkers and tastemakers. AI cannot replace the value of a human creative in terms of trend jacking, in terms of knowing what is cool and current. Like think of Brat Summer. You think any AI, there is no AI out there that would have predicted that horrible green and confusing to understand and probably not for our generation, AI could not have said that was going to be cool. Absolutely not. And so the creatives become even more important to direct, to inspire, to be those tastemakers. And in the future, only AI-forward agencies are going to survive. So how do you really tell if your agency's like on it and ready? Are they giving you what you need and deserve? I mean, I think take a look and make sure they're appointing AI leaders that drive innovation. Monks is a really big competitor of ours. I bet many of you have heard of Monks, Media Monks, they're now Monks. They have a chief innovation officer who seems like a total badass. I wish we could hire him and steal him. But like Monks is ahead of the curve. They're doing the right things. Like there are agencies out there that are bringing AI into their workflows and passing that productivity and the budget savings on to you. And then they're gonna start upskilling teams, not in just tools, but in AI first thinking. So really push your agency, ask them, or push your team internally, ask them like, how are you bringing AI into your workflows? What tools is the team relying on? Because this is what you get when someone like me creates one of these little plastic figures. I created the one on over there. It's bad. Like, it's not, there's nothing good about it. My team created this cute one. I'm a rock climber, have been for the last 25 years, and they were like, no, we can do something way better. And this is the difference between an upskilled creative and one that's not. And this process was a junk show, you guys. This was me playing around, trying to get it right. At first I was like, holy God, what did it do to my figure? Like, this is not good. Like, not good. And then I was like, okay, well, add, like, bring some of my real life into it. I jump horses. I was like, bring my horse in there. Bring my 5 children in there. Yes, I have 5. They only produced 4. They were like, there's no way this moron has 5 kids. And I was like, put my 4 dogs in there. They put the dogs in there. But then as I prompted it further and further, it almost got worse and worse. I was making it worse. Even though I thought I was making it better. I was like, hey, add 5 kids. And this is what I created. Add 4 dogs. It gave me 3 down here, but it did get the breeds right. And so again, it's just about like giving your team the time, the space, the energy, the budget to upskill themselves, because it doesn't happen overnight. And ultimately, AI is absolutely transforming the creative industry. And it's changing really fast. You guys see the launches, you know, every week a new tool launches, every week something new is out there that is better, whether it was GPT a couple weeks ago that inspired all of those little packages, or what else is to come next. But humans, they're still really essential. And like I said, they're gonna continue to be incredibly important in defining your brand and pushing your brand forward. But because design isn't just about aesthetics. It's about context and intuition and taste. And AI is not going to build your brand. And it's incredibly important to continue to empower your team and those that will with upskilling, with the freedom to learn and test and fail. So yeah, AI is definitely changing how we create, but the why is still very much deeply human. And that's the end of my presentation.
Anyone questions?
Thanks for the fun presentation.
Yeah.
In a world where you can create content for almost anybody and adapt your brand to almost anybody, how do you tie it all together to a singular brand message?
Yeah, I don't think this is working, but I can kind of yell. I have a loud voice. I got 5 kids. I yell all the damn time. Okay, so how do you define it? Like, how do you keep it to a single message when you can kind of create everything for everybody? And I think it goes back to what Jake said. Like, having a really clear definition of your ICP and only building content for them. That's a really scary thing to do, but actually there's a great company in this room, ServiceNow. I'm a total fangirl of your too, but they did a really incredible job of saying, you know what, we have one ICP, we're building for one person. We are building for one kind of person. And it really inspired our founder. And he was like, you know what, moving forward, we have one ICP, and that is the enterprise tech company. And that's really hard for a business like ours to be like, we're gonna stop bringing in these like high dollar, you know, like fast SMBs that are gonna come in and bring us lots of money. You know, 75% of the revenue when we made that decision to like shift to just one ICP. And so that's helped my team really focus in on like what we create, who we create for. But again, it's like knowing who you're talking to and really only talking to them and not being afraid to do that. Like one more example of that is Patagonia. Patagonia does a really good job of that. I can tell you it's like the guys in the financial district in New York City that are like paying everybody's salaries because they're buying a lot of Patagonia. But honestly, it's like we still market to just the alpinist. Like we still market to the highest common denominator, and that is the alpinist that's gonna wear this to go do really cool stuff in the mountains. And yeah, everyone's gonna buy it, but we have one ICP and we create content just for them.
Hey, awesome presentation. Quick question. Are you still doing manual or traditional content production in any areas? And if so, where and why?
Yeah, I mean, short answer is absolutely. Like, there is so much today that still needs to be done by humans, whether that's like blog articles that are really specific. I still have a full team I have a content team. It's only 3 people big, but we still have a content team that does that. I still have a social media manager, even though 90% of what she posts is AI generated. She still has to be the one that's going out there and being like, I know this is cool, I know this is gonna perform, AI isn't there yet. And I think it was Jake asked me a question earlier, he was like, how much of the work Superside does today is truly AI generated and how much is not? I think it's about 50%. Like we will bring in the big, good, smart thinking humans when we have really big projects that require incredible like creativity and thought. Whereas like performance marketing ads, let's be honest, like the worse they are, the better they perform. So we can give them to AI.
It breaks my heart every day.
As a brand person, I'm just like, oh my God. The highest performing ad we had at DoorDash was a piece of, it was a burger that was on fire, flying through the sky. And I was like, my job at this company is to get rid of that and never use that again. And we never found something that performed better than it. It was just like heartbreaking.
I think this is kind of following the same flow. You mentioned like a lot of the people are going to become strategists.
Mm-hmm.
And I think not only that applies to design, but also marketing in general. I run a large team, and my question to you is the assumption that everyone can become that strategist at some point, but what would be like the ramping time? Because my worrisome is, let's say if I have 100 people, and assuming that only 20% are going to become those strategists, what are some early signs that you're seeing in those 20% that can or will become those strategists? Because the other 80 people are just doing admin or repetitive tasks. I am personally not assuming that everyone wants or have the skill set to kind of fight to stay in that 20%, right? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it reminds me so much of my first job was at a rock climbing company called Black Diamond Equipment, and it was, not only was I the copywriter, I was also the photo editor and packaging manager, and like I had like 6 jobs when I was in college. But it was the time when we shifted from physical photography to digital. And all the photographers, like the way they got their pictures in our catalogs was they would send in slides. And I would literally go through the slides with a little eye thing. And we shifted while I was there to digital photography, and every photographer was like, shoot, I don't want to do this. Like, This is gonna ruin our craft, it's going to make things like hard, I don't wanna do this. And there's like, no one's still on that train anymore. Like every single photographer now is adept at digital photography. There's still like the incredible Annie Leibovitzes of the world that will still use film at certain times and places. But I was on a photo shoot with her once and she did a ton of digital. And so it's like, I think we're at a place where every creative, they might not show the aptitude right now, or they might not have that willingness. They're going to have to get on the train. And if they don't, the station's gonna leave, right? Like you're gonna let them go, or I'm gonna let them go, because they have to get on this train in one way, shape, or form. And I do think even the most junior people today, like people coming out of college or in college, like they're the ones that typically would have come out and been an illustrator or a video editor. But even now, they're coming out like with grander thinking skills, with strategic thinking skills. And I just think it has to happen. There's really no other option for us. It's the same for us as marketers. I think we have to get on board with it or be left behind. Like when I get calls from recruiters, they're like, what are you doing with AI? Like I think as marketers, we're gonna be expected to be sharper and again, like get on board.
Thank you, Jen. So
Thank you, guys.
we're going to take a quick break, and after the break, we'll have Chris O'Neill, who's the CEO of Growth Loop, talk about the other side of the AI puzzle, which is data. So I'll be back in 15 minutes at 11. Thanks. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man? I saw you coming here. I was like, I know.
Hello, hello.
I have respect for these tools. Well, so like, I was like,
So
So it's not projecting on there.
It's not?
It is.
Okay.
So, but I have to kind of go over here.
Yeah.
If ideally, I could have it mirrored here, so I could, or at least, I have speaker notes, so if I can do this. If not, I can make do, don't worry. So if I go here, see my speaker notes show up there?
I see.
Which is what I don't want. I'd rather have...
No, but if you do slideshow, it should go full.
Slideshow should work, but there's nothing on here, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, if it can happen, great. If not, that's no big deal.
Yeah, I think I don't want to touch it right now and what happened here.
Well, no, I know how to do this, right?
Yeah.
If I go here, so it's...
Yeah, you just move it around.
So it's here now. So there. And then if I go here, I just don't know how to get it to mirror.
1 second. How do I? Will this help?
If it goes, go to settings.
No, that's the mirror on a TV.
Stage manager? I'm not sure if that's going to...
Okay. Now, how do I go? Just move this.
I can play with it. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me. How's it going?
So far, so good.
Yeah. Just sorry, one last technical question. Does this mic work or no?
A couple others. This one works.
Sound works. So I do have a video. I'll just do what she did.
Yeah.
It seemed to work.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry about that.
No problem. So will you introduce me or?
Yeah.
Let's go grab a coffee.
Hi everyone. Can we get started? Hello. We are ready to get started. Can you please take your seats? Cool. So we have a full house now. So ready to get started. Then our next speaker is Chris O'Neill, who is the founder of Growth Loop and was previously CEO of Evernote. So without much ado, I'll call Chris on the stage.
We're good. All right. You guys ready to go? All right, I'm going to start. Put this over here. Okay, I'm going to start, and hopefully people will start to quiet down. Thank you for that introduction. Thanks for that introduction, Arjun. I am thrilled to be here. My name is Chris O'Neill. I'm the CEO of a company called Growth Loop. I also serve on the board of Gap. It's a fun time in retail, let me tell you. I learned last night that I also have an affinity for not only cool brands, but companies that start with the letter G for some reason. So I've had wonderful experiences at a variety of companies shown here, and I'm thrilled to be here with you today. Thank you, Arjun. Thank you for this community. I'm looking forward to having a little bit of a dialogue with you all today. And we're going to talk about what we're calling compound marketing, and what the hell is that? Let's maybe break it down into 3 chapters here. And we're living in this era of what I call agentic marketing. There's an agentic marketing opportunity that we're living in. We're just stepping into this new exciting era. Center of that are these wonderful things called agents. I'm going to talk about agents as glue guy or glue gal in terms of your team. So we'll talk about the role that agents play. And then last but not least, we'll say, hey, what's the path to basically starting to deliver results that catch up to the hype that we're certainly living in. So three chapters to the story. If this is going to work, I have a video that's really going to set the stage for how we think about the opportunity through the lens at Growth Loop. So hopefully this video and the audio works. Bear with me. You guys sort of hear that? There we go. I think my life goal is to be the person that does the whoop in that video. Although I think Jen's here to tell us that that's probably already done better by AI, certainly than me. So that gives you a flavor. So that's what we're up to. Let me dive in a little bit if I can click out of this video. Let's do this. And do this. Okay, we're here, obviously. You guys can still see that, and I can play around it. We're here, obviously, because AI is changing marketing. Okay, Captain Obvious, tell me something we don't know. I'm here to say that it's a little bit different. So many people say, hey, this is a shift just like the others, right? So we've been here before, from radio to TV to the internet to mobile. Okay, right, these are all shifts. We're living through another shift. Isn't it the same? Or have we lived through the shift? I wonder. I think it's fundamentally different. And let me explain why. These were shifts in terms of how marketing was consumed. In many ways, you think of it as a demand side shift, okay? The shift that we're living through, this agentic marketing era, is on the other side. This is about how we create marketing. You saw great examples from Jen, and hopefully many more today. This is about a supply side phenomenon. So that's fundamentally different. I think it changes how we're going to do work. I think it's going to change how we do many, many things in life, especially marketing. So this is what we think we're all about. We're leading this transformation by applying agentic AI to first-party data primarily in your data cloud, and it's all about growth, and it's all about unlocking that growth faster for people like you in the room. Okay, let me step back for just a second. I too am terrible at using these tools, but I like to have fun with it and push myself and push my kids to really jump in. I grew up in a booming metropolis of 7,000 people in rural Canada, and I was gifted a book called The Wealthy Barber when I think I was in 7th or 8th grade. And it unlocked an early passion for what is compound interest, or the concept of compounding. Wealthy Barber, for those of you who've never heard of it, and I'm surprised if you had, is about a wealthy barber named Ray in a small town who accumulates substantial wealth. How does Ray do that? Well, he does it by doing a bunch of simple things relatively consistently and well over time. At the heart of it is compound interest. He invests steadily and compounds over time. This is a phenomenon we see all over in the world. We see it in nature, we see it in business. In fact, Albert Einstein called compound interest the 8th wonder of the world. Okay, how do we think about this through the lens of marketing, and why are we talking about this? These results are undeniable. The difference between compounding 1% every quarter or month and the difference between 2% every week is astounding. It's a 13x difference. Okay, so here, and Jen talked about this in her talk just a bit ago, it's about iteration speed. So we need to think about gains, yes, but iteration speed through an entire marketing cycle, I think, is what we have not been paying as much attention as we could. And AI helps unlock that. Okay, well, what's getting in the way? Iteration cycles, I showed you a list of some of the companies I've had the pleasure of working with. More common than not, these iteration cycles are painfully slow. You want to do something with a customer, you want to do something with a loyalty program, you have an idea. You have to translate that idea into an audience. Who am I going to speak to specifically? That usually requires back and forth between marketing and data teams and other parts of the organization, sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks, sometimes for months. That results in, okay, you have an audience. Now what the hell do you do with that? What am I going to say to that person? What's the offer? When am I going to do it? This is what we sometimes call a journey. Some people don't even do that. They just blast and spray and pray their audiences. Many people still do that today. Then you have manual campaigns. You have a specific tool for a specific channel, right? And then, of course, you blast it out, and then you get the results. You got to stitch them together, clean them together, okay? You get the drift. This takes, in many companies, months, quarters, even longer, unfortunately. And what happens is you get slow iterations, and then you get slow growth. You're not compounding at all, right? Of course, there's been many, the panel talked about this. There's these one-size-fits-none, these closed and cumbersome marketing suites that are promising to do everything. Of course, there was a whole category called CDPs that promised to solve this, and they didn't. And this is where we humbly submit we fit in. We are sitting on top of a data cloud using agentic AI to speed up the velocity all the way through this. So how does this work? It learns from your data, proactively suggests the best audiences, who you should be speaking to at any one time, to achieve the specific business objective you have in mind. That could be churn, it could be growth, it could be whatever. But you program that, it proactively suggests who you should be speaking to. It then takes the next step to say, what's the path? Who you should be speaking to, but when and how should you be interacting with them? It lays out that path. It then orchestrates, gets your approval across all your channels, runs them, reads back the data to your data cloud, optimization suggestions, as you saw in the video, lather, rinse, and repeat. That's what it's all about. The benefit, we talk about the trifecta here. Number one is velocity. We typically see our customers getting 3 to 5x faster through the loop. They get revenue lift as a result because they're getting more shots on goal and they're getting better shots on goal. And then there's some cost savings by streamlining both cloud usage and other tools. Okay, that's just a little tease there. Again, agentic AI on your data. It's not only doing it in pockets, it's actually orchestrating side by side as we get into agents. I'll talk to you about why I think it's so transformative. It's because there's protocols that allow them to talk to one another. and behave in a seamless way. The execution of the campaign cannot be understated. So it's not just executing in silos, it's across all your different channels. The feedback comes back from results, it gets written back into the database, and that's the closed loop nature. So much, for so long, we've done things in marketing that has to be married up to only campaign results, not business results. So the full loop really, really matters. Okay, that's the opportunity at a 30,000 foot view. Let's click in a little bit to the role of agents. I'm here to suggest that agents are probably the most transformative thing that will have happened in our life, like my lifetime anyways, and I've been around for a bit with lots of different companies. In one way, people are asking me, how should I think about it? I'm going to lose my job. There's a lot of fear, right? How should I think about agents? Any Golden State Warriors fans in the midst? Yeah, we got a couple. Go Dubs. Think of agents like the glue guy or glue gal of your marketing team. For those of you who don't know, that's Andre Iguodala, Iggy for short. We go way back. We hung out at a conference once. He's a super good dude. I think he's the canonical, the best example of a glue guy that I've ever come across. Glue guy is that person like Andre Iguodala who makes everyone else better when they're on the floor or in the locker room. Right? They're that team first leader that just is selfless and gets shit done and elevates the performance of the whole team. That's one way to think about it. Fun story about Iggy, he won the MVP of the finals in basketball, and the only person to have done so when they won the championship, and he didn't start in that year. So this is the type of person we're talking about. So one way to think about agents, are they're the glue guy, glue gal of your marketing team. What do I mean by that? A couple things. It's going to transform how you operate and compete and certainly innovate more quickly. And you're going to see a whole bunch of examples, I think, over the course of the day or two here of this in action. And I really encourage you to push for real utility, real business results, as we'll talk in the third chapter of this story here today. There's a whole bunch of reasons. I tried to distill it down to 3 or 4 that I think are the most, like why I say it's so transformative, and it really is. I use those words carefully. This agent-to-agent communication is really key, right? So this is like teammates being able to talk to one another, right? So MCP, Google released an agent-to-agent protocol. There'll be more to come. This allows the discrete pieces of marketing to be pulled together into a seamless end-to-end loop, much like what we're talking about. We've been playing around with these protocols for a long, long time. So it basically allows agents to not just be going off and doing discrete things. It allows the seamless integration. It not only does the manual stuff, but the stitching together that takes a lot of getting together with humans, it takes that out of the loop. So number one, it basically allows these agents to interact and have protocol for communication to enable seamless end-to-end workflows. The second point is really important and why I think your data cloud is your CDP or your customer data platform, in my view, and I think that ship has sailed. And why is that? It's better for cost, it's better for security, it's better for a whole bunch of things that your data and your technology teams care deeply about. But it's really about all of your data is there, not just your customer data, your performance data, your sales data, your transaction data, your profitability, interactions with customer service. I saw Sequoia funded a company today that's going to be listening to all your interactions with customers in any channel. All that information is under-leveraged today, and when it is put in one spot, agents can train upon that and learn and find nuggets and patterns that you can't do alone, or you have to do very manually or laboriously. So secondly, all of that data is going to unearth all sorts of interesting insights and automation suggestions, which really leads to the third point. I'm here to suggest that you're just going to be getting rid of like modern day TPS reports for those of you who are Office Space fans, right? There's so much of that shit that happens in companies. So this is about automating or eliminating 80% of that manual stuff that are soul sucking, modern day TPS reports, so that you can focus on the 20% that matters. The strategy, what was that, Brad Summer? Like, I had someone explain that to me. Like, you have people who are going to be in lockstep with the zeitgeist of what's happening with your consumer. That's the 20% that matters. The 80% that doesn't can be done with or alongside agents. Last but not least, I've been talking about this for a while. I like to call it RAS, not SaaS, but RAS. results as a service. So this is a fundamental change in terms of the business model underlying software, right? Number one, agents work continuously, right? They can scale infinitely, not with the human potential or the human capacity availability, number one. Number two, as we get away from decoupling the concept of a seat, what the heck is that even anyways in the realm of AI? It's really going to be coupled with the outcome that you're actually delivering. Work will be delivered, you'll be able to better charge for the value that that work unlocks. Okay, I could go on for a long, long time, but I'm here to suggest this is a big deal. These are the center stage, or the all-stars, the glue people of your marketing stack, so put them to work. What are we doing about this? We've got probably over a dozen that we're testing. Here's like 6 of them, sorry. Everything, think of these are like team members doing specific things. So we have data agents that basically understands the data that's in your data cloud. We have audience agents, as I suggested, you saw in action. It's going to suggest precisely the microsegment that you should target to accomplish a specific thing, and so on. You can see all the different agents here, and I'll give you a little bit of a specific show of how it's actually working, a little amuse-bouche, if you will, in terms of how it's working in our product today. And we're experimenting with dozens of others right now. We'll probably have dozens more by the end of the year in our product. So how does this work? You see, here's our AI studio. You enter, what am I trying to accomplish? In this situation, I'm looking to reduce churn or improve retention by 20%. You can see, again, I'm not going to ask you to see all the different details, but what's happening is you're basically coming up with a chat interface that says, here's an audience. We're focusing specifically on audience here. Here's a number of audiences. You can then refine those audiences, export all the way through to Marketing Cloud, in this case, Salesforce, and you'll see a journey pop up there in a second, and then you can refine to further sharpen your goals that you're trying to accomplish. This is like sped up only a little bit. You're talking about happening in seconds and minutes as opposed to days, weeks, and quarters. So that's an example of what we're doing with customers today in terms of audiences. The next one is journeys. I'll double click on that one. Same thing, you want to hone in on retention, improve retention by 20%. What's going on right here is a supervisor agent wakes up and says, hey, go get the journey audience. What path should we take? It's going to blast like 10, 15 different things. In this case, maybe you see each of those different things are different journey agents going out to say, hey, here's a potential path that would really help you accomplish that. Okay, here's a specific one. We're going to suggest it. Click on it. The journey's ready to go. That also includes linkages to downstream things like Salesforce Marketing Cloud, SendGrid, or however the heck you want to communicate with your market, with your customers or your prospects. So that's giving you a little taste of how this is working today in the product. Okay, we're in the home stretch. Results that deliver hype. So I've been in conferences like this. I've seen fancy demos. I've been on the receiving end of like hundreds of them, and they're amazing. That's great. I think it's really time for us to close the gap between that hype and reality. So I'm just going to give you a couple of like little snippets of real life customer examples. I'm going to hit the tops of the waves. It'll be really quick. One, I'm going to travel over to Poland, Warsaw to be specific. Allegro is a customer of ours, they're the Amazon of Eastern Europe. They're very sophisticated. They engaged us a few months ago for their what's called their content or the retail media network, and they've doubled their return on ad spend in like less than 2 months. And this was primarily about honing in on audiences. That's one. Closer to home, Indeed. We've been working with Indeed for a number of years. The main lever we really flex with them is velocity. They're doing 8 times more experiments in their marketing teams across the different functions of their business. 8 times more. That leads to increase in revenue through those campaigns, and they've seen some cost efficiencies through Snowflake and other tools. Pretty cool. Even closer to home, our friends at Albertsons or East Bay, they're basically saying, hey, what used to take us like months and quarters is now taking days and weeks. So super exciting. Again, honing in on iteration, speed, velocity. That's really what this is about. Okay, takeaways for number one is like marketing cycles are just too damn slow. That really is a barrier to your growth, right? Secondly, AI is transforming not just how we consume media and marketing, but how we create it. And I think that distinction is the biggest difference in this shift from others. Third, compound marketing is about accelerating the whole marketing cycle, not just one part of it. It's a global maximum by using agentic AI first-party data. And last but not least, these faster iterations are really leading to exponential growth, very similar to how compound interest works in finance. So that's the takeaway here. I'm going to transition just to leave you. There was a really nice discussion, I thought, with Jake in terms of moats or differentiation. So I'll share thoughts in terms of how I largely think in the same wavelengths, but I'll share my perspective in terms of how you get differentiation and then how you sustain it over time. And then I'll leave you with a few questions to wrestle with and bring back to your team. Sound good? Okay. Context I think is above all else matters. And what do I mean by that? I spent about a decade at Google. I think Google was successful and is successful for many, many reasons. I think number one of those is context. Google has a person raising their hand saying, I have an interest, and they connect that person to information. That could be a commercial thing like an ad or just be information right away. That's about relevance and context. You understand the context so much better. I'd say context is 10 times better than channel, and that's 10 times more important than the copy. Right? Context is king. Okay, what does that mean in this realm? I think first among that is personalization, and I mean real personalization. We talked about network effects. I think personalization is a network effect. We're going to see that we want to, just like in human relationships, we're going to trust the relationships that we know and that can respond in a more personalized and human way. What was it, 3 weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, OpenAI announced memory, basically a giant step forward to personalizing, knowing who I am. I think memory is going to be gravity, right? And much like anything in life, when we experience things in brands and experiences, we don't differentiate, we don't really care. We just are, I think Bezos just talked about we're progressively and we're always displeased in intimate ways. This is true here. We're going to expect brands to personalize and know who we are and talk to us with the context of all the interactions throughout our life, our engagement with them. So I think personalization is real, and I want to make a pretty big distinction between a local maximum, which is like, how do I make a decision on which content at this moment and which time? That's important. You see a lot of people talking about decisioning, which is, I think it's a step forward, but I believe it's a local maximum, not a global maximum. Global maximum comprehends the entire life cycle, and it comprehends the entire loop that I've described here today. Jake also mentioned nuanced workflows, and I think this is where there will be huge differentiation. It doesn't mean that your marketing knowledge and the specific things that you know about your customers and how to turn task-specific algorithms into magic, that doesn't go away if anything becomes more important. Right, so the proprietary data that trains and becomes and helps you personalize, the workflows that you have grooved and will continue to groove, that 80%, 20% I was talking about, the 20% will be going into what workflows and things that you do differently make your brand magic and bring to life all the different interactions you have with your partners, your customers, and your prospects. So these nuanced workflows matter. And last, perhaps not least, is design. We're stuck with chat right now, and it's doing well. It's a giant step forward, and it's great. We see it in our product, we're playing with it. I think we'll look back and say, wasn't that quaint, right? Just like all technology, I love to use the example of the Golden Gate Bridge sometimes. It's beautiful technology, but it's just beautiful, and the technology is just fading in the background. I think that will be the same with agents, and it'll be the same with this technology. Think of this as like having thousands of interns or thousands of teammates that are just kind of magically going off and doing one or two things. I think we're going to get remarkably specific. To get nerdy for a second, we'll probably have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of tokens that will prompt very specific workflows. And then those agents will go off and come back and have magical context to kind of suggest what the next best action will be at any one step of the way, in context, not interrupting you. So that's what I'm talking about from the workflows, but the design, we haven't yet figured out the form and the function fit, if you will. So I think AI is the spark, and the design will be the magic that really makes us all take it to the next level in ways that will expand the market, I think expand more experiences. So anyway, that's my perspective on differentiation. I'd have to take questions on that. And just to close, try to narrow it down to like 6 questions. Question 1, velocity. How are you going to shorten your iteration cycles? That's the key. Done beats perfect. Iteration cycles will lead to compound growth. Are you actually using AI to personalize, like for reals? as my kids like to say, and doing it at scale. That requires using technology in interesting new ways and thinking of your workflows. And then lifetime value, I believe, is the most important metric when we're thinking about it. There's all sorts of proxy metrics to it, but how do you actually tie impact to CLTV? No shortage of tools, no shortage of opportunities to test. I think it's important. The best companies that I'm working with and have seen are really clear and crisp about what they're trying to accomplish. They have a way to vet through all these different tools that are making all sorts of promises, and then really get them in, test them, and scale the ones that are working. And the last part here is not only within marketing we have silos, but we have certain silos across companies, and these AI insights that you're going to glean from your customers, your prospects, your customer service interactions need to find their way to other parts of the organization, whether that's your supply chain. I work with Gap, and the retail organizations really are starting to use insights from customer service all the way back up to the supply chain. And at a time when we have sort of geopolitical challenges, every little bit, every little insight counts to driving efficiency across the entire company. Last but not least, this is just a more provocative question. Are you reacting to the hype? Are you reacting to the AI buzz? Or are you actually using it to shape how you guys do business and do marketing? So that's what I had prepared today. Thank you so much. For those of you I don't know, reach out, connect. I'd love to hear from you and learn from you and see what's up with you. And if we have time for questions, I'll take them. Thank you.
So now we're going to invite our next panel.
Next panel's coming up. If you guys have questions, I'll be around for a bit. Just track me down. Thank you again.
Oh yeah, we do not.
Do you guys need this one? I'll take this one off if you don't. No, I don't think so. Okay, take it. And you guys can spread out.
Oh, this way. I'm concerned. Yeah, concerned that, no, concerned that you're going to fall off. That's going to be a distraction.
Hello, it's me.
It's a party up here. It is. It's cozy.
Oh no, it's okay. I can
It's a
get
party.
Then it's
Don't
too-
fall off the
We're
stage.
good. We're good.
Don't lean too hard.
Good.
There we go.
Okay, we're balancing today. Okay, give us a moment until we get comfortable on the stage. Perfect. Well, hi everyone. Thanks so much for being here today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Dr. Tuba. I am the CEO and founder of Amoeba. Come check us out in the back. But an overall very geeky, nerdy person. And very excited to have this conversation today with our esteemed panelists. So instead of butchering their introductions, I'm actually going to pass the mic to them and then have them introduce themselves. Starting with you.
Sure. Hi, I'm Janet Caleb. I am the CEO and founder of OneMind. I was the founder and former CEO of 6 Sense. Took some time off, had some babies, and then came back at it. At OneMind, we are building what we call go-to-market superhumans. They are a photorealistic face, voice, and a go-to-market brain that can do the thing of your best. Call it inbound, your sales engineer, your AE, can join the call, can give a demo, can share slides, can answer questions empathetically, qualify a pitch, close, etc. We're working with some of the biggest brands in the world, including HubSpot, New Relic, Mechanics, Boston Dynamics, etc. So excited to be here today and chat with you all.
Hi, I'm Lonnie Stark. I'm Vice President of Product and Strategy at Adobe. We're helping brands figure out how to create great customer experiences in this era of AI. And I've been there and building product, but also working with enterprises on how they do it as well.
Hi everybody, Mike Halen with Asana, the GM of AI Studio. It's a no-code workflow builder we just launched. We're actually doing my colleague Ethan is doing a masterclass on use of the product tomorrow. We encourage everyone to attend. Really excited to be here.
Great. My name is Megan Moore. I'm the Vice President of Global Partner Marketing at ServiceNow. We are a $10 billion company today on our way to $20 billion in just about 2 years. So we are on a massive growth trajectory right now. We are in 95% of the top Fortune 500 companies, so we're very prevalent. Our intent is to put AI in every corner of the enterprise, and we'll be the master agent that orchestrates all the agents below. So that's the goal.
Awesome. Thanks so much. We have a couple of great heavy hitters. So let me kick off this conversation with thinking about how go-to-market looks like in this AI world right now. And then since you talked about super agents, super duper agents that kind of control and orchestrate all of your go-to-market, my question to you is, how are you yourselves internally using it? And how are you observing sort of your customers and how they're using AI in their go-to-market as well?
Yeah, that's a big question. I think, I feel like we're at the crossroads of go-to-market when it comes to AI. So AI is everywhere and it's nowhere all at the same time, right? So we're seeing the growth of AI kind of slow down as people are starting to adopt it and figure out exactly how to use it. I feel very fortunate to be at this company. It's a privilege to have a seat at this company because we're in we're really in the AI space. And we are creating AI agents and allowing our partners to go create those as well. So we use it quite extensively inside of ServiceNow, just because that's who we are and what we do. And our job is to really enable our partners to go out and create their own AI agents so that they can be serving their solutions out to market also. Having said all of that, we are really new in this. As an industry, we are kind of at the beginning stages of AI and agents and how that will work. I think the future state is all AI orchestration. I think that somebody said that earlier today. I think we will get to a point where all of the AIs start talking and orchestrating between each other. But I still think we're sitting in the middle of Silicon Valley. Everyone in this room is familiar with AI and AI agents. You're probably playing with the tools every day. It's not like that in the real world outside of our bubble here, right? It's a slow adoption. People are still trying to figure out what to do with it. And right now it's just a massive, curiosity to get in there and dig in. So lots to talk about.
Yeah, I'll take a different approach to this. I think the thing that we're hearing from our customers, and I was just on a customer advisory board, lots of our CIOs the last few weeks, is there's not really a differentiated message that resonates with us right now, so don't bother. What I want to hear is a clear example of where you're adding value today. I think that's where we started internally at Asana. We know from our research lab that the biggest impediment to taking advantage of AI is the people and the willingness to change, to adapt to this change. And we really wanted to start with the people and encouraging them and having AI feel more approachable. So we launched an internal version of the App Store, and we contextualized it. We gave real examples that were department-specific, ways that you could get value out of AI today. And we empowered them with ways that they could build on their own using our no-code workflow builder right within Asana to take advantage of AI. And we found that catapulted us forward. It really was the inception of this launch of our new product in AI Studio. We started with this thing we call the POV generator. We had a problem where AEs were spending too much time to show up to a specific call. Our go-to-market is we have individual users download the product and they come to the team that wants to solve a problem. And so you can imagine the volume of these that we have to go through today. So we wanted to empower an AE. Our goal was in under 30 minutes, ideally under 5 minutes, to be able to prep for a call without having to spend hours and hours that they were doing prior to that. Through this, the education that we enabled on, through the store that we launched, we did exactly that. Fast forward to today, we now have this happening across tens of thousands of calls where they click one button and the workflow powers behind the scenes, and it pulls all the context from recent recordings of calls, transcripts from those discussions, email discussions back and forth. We're pulling data from Zoom info, from Chorus, from Salesforce, from context from account managers within Asana, and putting it into a pre-structured template that gives them in minutes exactly what they need in order to sound much more credible and informed on a call. I think this is the power of AI today, and I think that's what we seem to have some.
I'll give an example of how go-to-market looks like from Adobe, I would say 3 years ago, and what has happened as a result of AI and Gen AI. So one of our, Adobe, like many enterprise companies, runs a lot of different campaigns and has lots of different customer segments, global, lots of languages. And about 3 years ago, we actually looked to map out one of the examples of a campaign. So everyone's familiar with Good Friday and not Good Friday, sorry, Black Friday. Good Friday too, that's just us, right? Black Friday. Those were our major campaigns, and we really looked at it globally. Usually we had to start those campaigns months in advance, right? A lot of manual work, disconnected. Headquarters would do something, it would get shipped to other regions, and things would get done. And it was scary how much stuff we thought was being used, but it wasn't in the regions. And so it was a really scary process of mapping that out. This was before Gen AI just exploded. It was in our labs as well, but in terms of ChatGPT, was like ChatGPT, right? And that was a long process. So what we first did was we wanted to automate some of the work so that there was visibility across the entire company on where campaign content was. The other thing, though, with Gen AI is that in our last campaign, we started with only 10 creative assets, but these were beautiful creative assets from really well-known artists who were best in their class, right? Because creative is such an important part for Adobe. And those were then combined with brand guidelines and information that allowed for our generative models, right? Adobe Firefly, to generate 16,000 variations.
16,000 from just that.
Yes. And what's critical here was that it went to our email, etc. And this was something that meant that something that might take embarrassingly 6 months in advance became something that could be done much faster and therefore much more agile depending on what was happening in the market. The other thing it allowed for is that some regions, like some of you might relate to this, wherever your company's headquartered is where your CEO and everybody reads all of the material, right? All the other countries, maybe get the final, last minute to touch. But with generative AI, with translations, with being able to do that, some of the segments that were unaffordable to go after because your creative expenses and ROI would have made it so you couldn't actually personalize and make it relevant, you now can actually expand into those markets. And the other part of it is we became much more global in being able to appear more global because other countries further away from headquarters weren't seen as an afterthought, but as a primary market. And we saw that with our customer, Coca-Cola, as well. They have all of these regions, and then Marriott recently talked about how part of their AI strategy was first mapping out like 45 of their disparate processes, some of which had 349 steps, into actually what needed to work, so that when you throw all those AI agents at it, right, which you've been talking about it, they actually do something.
Okay, I like to keep things a little spicy, so I'm gonna say 2 things that I think are kind of off topic of what everybody else is talking about here, or some of disagree with what we've heard today. One is we heard earlier today that we all need to get really clear on our ICP. I believe that with go-to-market where we are today, as you were saying there, we can hyper-personalize right now. We can have these empathetic experiences that truly understand at the individual level and have human-like interactions. I also will say that I think agents is yesterday's news. So I think we're talking all about agents and how to orchestrate these agents. But really the future is moving towards AGI. And how does AGI get us close, and how does that relate in the world of go-to-market? So in go-to-market right now, we are throwing humans at the problem. We throw SDRs and BDRs, and then an AE, and then a sales engineer, and then you've got the legal team, then you've got the procurement team, then it comes to customer success, and holy shit, if you're on the other side of that as a buyer, like what are we doing to our buyers?
What we can, and all those humans have massive limitations. Time limitations, capacity limitations, recall limitations, there's a handoff from one to the other. They can't hyper-personalize, they can't remember the last call they had. getting on, I get on sales calls and I'm like, shit, what did we talk about last time? Like, I go into my notes and I use Granola and I try to do the best to like bring that fresh in my head. But those are all like post-processing, after the fact. Buying and selling, and as marketers and as salespeople, our job is to sell. Buying and selling happens in the conversation. We don't make decisions. As we know, 80% of buying decisions happen before you actually talk to your salesperson, right? But where are those buying decisions happening? And actually, I was at a conference yesterday, and Sydney Sloan, CMO of G2, showed a slide that I was just like, wanted to pick it up and scream because I was so excited. That the number one way that people are buying today is through chatbots. Now, while we create superhumans, that's really exciting for me because I'm looking at this like, holy shit, they're having an experience, they're having a conversation. What if we could take that to the next level and have a truly empathetic conversation, remembers the past conversation, looks into Salesforce, hyper-personalizes, creates dynamic content on the fly, and oh, by the way, knows when to speak in a group conversation because there are AGI problems, right? So I think the world of go-to-market and what we're looking at what we can do today. The future is moving to something far greater than any of us can even imagine. And it really, truly is. I think we're doing ourselves, another thing I think is spicy that I say sometimes, is we're doing ourselves a disservice by saying we're not being replaced. Like, we are. We are being replaced. It is time to reskill and really think about what our jobs and what job you're doing every day. I don't think we're helping humanity by lying to people that you're not going to have a job anymore in certain functions. I think it is time we all wake up and see what's coming, and it's about to hit us really hard, and it's happening faster than I think we even imagine.
I'm going to keep the streak of hot takes going, actually, then. We've talked a lot about sort of like you folks being key practitioners and what's working. Let's talk about what's not working. So give us an example of something that you tried that you were like, okay, AI is not good for that. Clearly you're not at AGI for good on that. But with it, what we have available now, what are some examples of things that you've seen not work?
I would say in the areas, we're still in the early stages of thinking through how video people can seem authentic, right? So one is the technology. Actually, the CEO of Coca-Cola, who was at our Adobe Summit, spoke about how they tried some of this just recently, and they found that we as people are very good at detecting fake video people. So there's that part of it from a technology perspective for those of you that are building this. The other one has to do with something I've been also grappling with, which is where is this all going, and if we can generate something, an earlier conversation was if we can generate any piece of content, okay, and we can just generate it, and we can generate the performance marketing and wait till one of you clicks, right? As a consumer, as a human being, the most valuable thing each of us has is our time. And there's something we confer by the fact that we're all sitting here. We just send our chatbots here, right? We're all here physically, our flesh here, which says to everybody else that this is an important topic and we're here and we're spending time we will never ever get back in our lives to interact on this topic. So the other part of it, I think, is not just the technology, but culturally, how our consumers, when they're inundated with a bunch of videos you generated, saying basically, geez, you as a brand didn't spend time actually creating this video, why should I spend my human time watching it? How do we go from that area of hyper-personalization? So I think that's something we need to grapple with. I think the other thing that isn't working right now is for the longest time, right, we've been talking about how we're going to keep all our customer profiles, our content current. So we were just working with a client recently on our latest product that I'm responsible for, Adobe Brand Concierge. And it's taking chatbots and saying great chatbots or whatever, but it's about taking natural language understanding. Well, part of the training was on the content that they stored in Experience Manager, their website content. Humans have looked at this website, been fine with it, etc. You send an AI agent to basically train on all that content. That AI agent just runs all your content, and basically when you start to have a conversation with it, you will recognize inconsistency in brand voice in certain areas. So that's an area where all of the stuff has to be taken to a higher level, and that part of it is still not working right now. I see an endpoint, but
little challenging.
Yeah, thank you.
Here's a spicy take. What's not working are agents. They're actually not working yet. There's a lot of talk about the value of agents. And the CIOs that I talk to every week say the cost to value ratio is not there. We can speak about agents all we want, but the reality is we're deploying them without the context, the guidance, the structure that they need to be successful. It's like putting an intern on the first day into your company and saying, okay, go ahead. That's what we're doing with agents. That's the way we're talking about agents. They really need clear instructions. They need prompts that are written really well. They need structure. They need bias, but they need workflows, in order to have step-by-step instructions for how to deliver value. And they are not there today. And I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if we're talking about, being able to get value out of agents today. We're lying to ourselves and to each other about the value that agents are delivering. They really need, clearer and clearer instructions. The timing for that, certainly, there is a world in the not-too-distant future where what I'm saying will change. But I don't think anyone here knows when that is going to be, or you will be very, very, very rich. And so I think we have to be honest about the reality of the situation. And agents are like the Hyperloop. There's this vision of the future that we all know could happen, but no one can say concretely exactly when that value will be delivered.
We don't do the data work and the content work and all of that work in the foundational stuff, and that agents are just going to somehow solve our data mess, our content mess as an enterprise. I think then we are lying to ourselves.
I was going to say, we're building in that space to solve for the data stuff as well. It's very important.
Yeah, this is what I was alluding to when I opened up, right? We're in the middle of Silicon Valley. We're at this conference, we're talking AI, so we get really excited about it. It's not there yet, right? As far as AI agents, I totally agree. I also agree with what Chris said earlier, that it is a 80-20 rule, right? AI agents and AI are doing a great thing, automating tasks that are mundane and easy and repetitive and that chatbots can just handle. Get a new iPhone through a chatbot, no problem, that's great. When you're trying to do a very personalized sale to an enterprise or to a customer with a real need, people still want to buy from a human being. They want to have those relationships. They want to sit across the table from their salespeople and really be understood and heard. I am not convinced yet that an agent will ever replace the need for human interaction. I think what jobs get replaced are the easy, mundane ones. What jobs don't get replaced are the ones that are more high value, more interactive, more relationship driven.
It's a layup, it's spicier. That was a layup, thank you. And just to keep it spicy, no disrespect.
When is the last time anyone in this room has ever gotten excited to get on a sales call with a sales rep? To be sold something? Yeah, people up here selling. Nobody. So why do I say nobody gets excited to build? You're not trying to build a relationship with your salesperson. I'm building a relationship with my partner. I'm building a relationship with my community. I'm building a relationship with my peers. But definitely not my salesperson. So yes, sometimes I need to navigate the org, and there are like highly complex enterprise deals. But to disseminate information and to uncover, like as Winning by Design would say, you uncover pain and then impact, and then here's the solution. And to do that in a truly highly empathetic way, humans suck at that. Like they are really, really bad. Even the best salespeople. I think I'm pretty damn good as a salesperson, and I'm not that good. I'm not nearly as good as our superhumans, who can really get down to the pain and the impact, and then turn around and say, you're a financial services company, you have this pain, let me show you this case study that I just learned in the moment when the conversation is happening. I think I just highly disagree that people want that, like, I want you to make small talk with me and like build a relationship, like,
It was a layup for me, I'm sorry. That topic always seems very controversial because I think scientists take on that. No, but that's great. So I want to talk a little bit about the future, and maybe we start here because you end at AGI. So a question I have is, you folks are all talking about kind of automation, orchestration, which just means processes the way they exist right now, making them faster and better. How do you think about what the next 1 to 2 years looks like with where AI is headed? And does that change the landscape altogether? Like, are there new processes or things that are coming up?
I'll just give one quick short answer. I think it's more about the process and not the people. So we really need to, people are a linear growth model, and we shift our process and switch our process towards these agents and towards these other methodologies, and focus less on the people side of the process. And people is what we've done to grow, and it's flat, it's plateaued. You know, we were at a 36% growth rate on average. Now we're down to 12% for companies over 100 million. It's going down. It costs more, $2 to $4 customer acquisition costs versus 1.2. So we really need to shift the model, and I think that's where the future is.
All right, where's the future going? I think today, kind of in reality of where we are as marketers, I think that we're at a crossroads of current versus future, right? I still think we're working on some static campaigns. We're still doing email. We're still doing a couple things off spreadsheets. And where the future is going to go is this very beautiful integration of technology, where it's this ecosystem of campaigns, right? And there is so much value in AI today, so don't get me wrong, we love it. We use AI tremendously, but even in translations, it took 8 weeks to translate into international from campaigns and language. Today we can do that in 3 minutes with 95% accuracy. Our customers and partners love that. Our regions love that. We can build at a global level and push it out. What we're not quite there yet today is how you do an integrated campaign end-to-end with AI and agentic flows and get everything just beautifully integrated, especially in a big company with so many silos and different teams and different regions and customers and partners. 3 years from now, I see this beautiful integration that AI can allow us to get to.
Yeah, I think it's hard to see as far out as many of us want to, and that as far out as I can see, humans still play a very important role. And I think it's a slippery slope if we start to build for a world where we're phasing out, we're intentionally phasing out humans entirely. I think we will see at some point a shift from humans guiding the agents to agents guiding the humans. But I think people's roles in the role that they play in technology, instead of transferring data from this system to the other system, will ideally play a more sophisticated role in that. And I think those that are willing to adapt and change, with that, will increasingly be more and more valuable. Those that take initiative. Reid Hoffman has this great book. I'm forgetting the title now, but where he talks about this. In fact, our research lab leads with this too, where 100 years ago, before the Industrial Revolution, there's these headlines that said, "Robots are replacing you," and everybody was worried that at that point that humans were going to be phased out. That never happened, of course. I think the same is true for this transformation, that we should build for a world where humans are increasingly of great value. I do get value out of sales calls. I think there's plenty of shitty ones, but there is real value, and increasingly in this complex world that everyone is trying to make sense of, the salesperson can play a uniquely valuable role. But it's not just sales. I think everyone, it really should be elevated. The work that they're doing should become more strategic, and we should get out of this world, and we will get out of this world where it's administrative tasks, where we're copying and pasting data, where 65% of our time today, truly today, everybody in this room, we have data that shows this. Somewhere between 50 and 70% of your time is being spent on administrative tasks. That is what we need to phase out. That is where the focus should go. And if agents end up taking over, so be it. But that's the world that I'm excited about.
Let me ask you for one quick reaction then, because I think this is very analogous to when we used to say everyone wants to be data-driven, and then when the data comes out, and you're like, I don't agree with it. Happens a lot in go-to-market. Do you see a world in which the agents get good enough that humans just get out of the way?
Entirely? Yeah, I think for there's plenty of tasks. There's certainly plenty of things that I do today where I would love to get out of the way for the agent to take over. I guess I'm just making the case that, as far as we can see, there will be tasks that will be replaced. How many, to what extent, and under what timeline, we're less clear on. I hope that there's lots of work that I have to do today that will be replaced by agents. I just hope that all of us will continue to build for a world where the person, human, plays a center role, and just that will shift, become more interesting, become more strategic, and less administrative.
I want to comment a few things here on this topic of where is it going in the future. So first of all, what I like about marketing is that marketing is all about standing out, right? And therefore, if you think about the expectations about personalization and the roles in your marketing organizations today, I would contend that 5 years ago they didn't exist or they were very different. And so going forward, what do I think are the new jobs being created in a world where there's now a lot of agents? Here are my sort of observations working with Adobe, but also other organizations that Adobe serves with the Adobe Experience Cloud and Creative Cloud. One is that it's going to be even more important to think about what data you collect from profile data about customers, as well the privacy and security elements are going to get more complex in the world. And the freshness and accuracy of the content and its alignment with your brand is going to be much more important because you are now curating that for agents that will actually go through all of it. So I do think that there's going to be people that are going to be needing to ensure that part of it, even as you have agents check on that. That's one area. The second is, I think that there are new experiences, just like websites. If you think about there was an era when there weren't websites or people didn't care about it, there's going to be new, conversational experiences, personalized experiences. I've even been thinking about the site as a conversation, right? All of that's going to require marketers to author and to create these things in different ways as they're managing agents, right? So those jobs aren't around. So when I go into a company that we work with and say, okay, who's going to do this? I'm looking at it as a web person, as an email, like, that person does not exist. That's going to be a new job. So I think that that's the other piece. And then the third is just around clarity on your brand voice. Most marketers are so busy just getting the task done. In fact, like IBM, there was like 80%, I think you said 65%, right? That they even don't have time to think about what do they want that message to be? What do they want that meaning to be for each individual customer, right? So that's going to be where I think we're going to get to spend more time, as opposed to right now, we're just trying to get the cogs going on an email campaign, a landing page, a call campaign for our salespeople. So that's where I think things are going. Those are the things people actually customers don't like.
So I just want to, thinking about where the future is going with all this, there's a VC named Mike Maples, he wrote a book called Power Breakers recently, and he talks about this concept of backcasting, and he is one of my idols. And it's really thinking to the future. I think a lot of these agents and what we're building for today are fixing the way we do things today. So how can I take the process that I'm doing today and make it automated and make it better? And where we really have huge breakthroughs is where we think about what can I do in, I don't even think a year from now, because I would say previously I would have said 3 years from now or 5, but I can't even think past a year. Right? But what does a year from now look like, and what does that process look like, and how can I spend my energy and time building for the future and not building for making today better? And so for us, we really truly believe that it is this truly empathetic experience where you have conversations, where your website is no longer a website of content anymore. It's a conversation, meeting the buyers and giving them what they want in that moment. And I think that's where, pushing them through forms and having to get on calls, it's all fun. We know it's broken, right? This whole process we have is broken. So that's what okay, I think we're getting kicked off. Okay, well, hopefully AI can replace that. Okay. Yeah, make an agent for the things that you really want to handle off. So I think this came up in the conversation throughout, where there's a need to build a better. It's okay. Oh. There are things that agents can do better probably. So this came up a lot around your investment into the future and where it's headed. I'm just out of curiosity. What percentage of your investment right now is going into refining the way you're handling and teaching data to be prepared for the future? Your data foundation. Yeah, I'm going to keep mine short. I think one of the reasons why agents and things aren't working for certain people is they're trying to do it themselves and it hallucinates. If you don't have the guardrails and you're not using a combination of the deterministic with generative, the approaches and how you do it is really important, and getting all that data ready. And as you said, your brand has to be represented. And when it comes to life, when you literally bring your content to life with a conversation and you haven't thought about your brand voice, it can sound off. So I really resonated with that.
I'll speak it from two angles. One is the companies we work with. So I would say that the data foundation is critical. I can't assign a percentage. I don't feel like I can assign critical one, but any personalization, even like, let's not even talk about agentic AI, right? Even predictive AI or the old school, just regular machine learning AI, traditional ML models, right? The data piece is really important. In fact, I was working with a pharmaceutical company that was really large, and you think they had it all together. Well, they had invested in, I think, 4 CDPs, right? And what happened was, collecting all that data, they didn't preemptively say what questions did they want answered from it. And what was clear in that was you actually do need to have that direction. So I would say, I can't assign a percentage, but it's foundational. Both to, and it becomes based on what, Amanda says. Yes, hallucinations, all that comes down to do you have that grounding. The other part I would say as developing product in this area, and that part of it, I would say it's probably, I don't know, like 30–40%, right? The other part is content, and the other part of it is also how do you start to tune these models and how do you go test and optimize. But the data, especially like conversational AI, it poses different kind of analysis that you need to do to it that's different from other channels. So see it as an augmentation because you want to connect all the new channels with your traditional channels of your web, email, etc.
Yeah, tough to put an exact percentage, but I would say it's much lesser than the time that we're spending on how to write prompts, giving it context, the proper instructions, and guiding these future agents into a place where they can go to the right place to fetch the information that they need and to be able to deliver the task or goal that you've asked to do. That's, I think, where we're spending a lot of our time. I spoke with a CIO the other day who had spent all this time indexing data into a single place so that they could take advantage of enterprise search, only to find that for the use cases they wanted to deploy it for, there was hallucination after hallucination that became unreliable, and so they couldn't really make use of all this time that they had spent indexing their data. You saw Anthropic's recent release, and hopefully we'll see more and more platforms start to build up these servers so that they can talk to each other and we can fetch data from other systems. I think there is this question about where should data sit. Is it through, are you getting value through integration? Does it all need to be in my system? And these are questions that are unanswered, and I think this CIO is also actually throwing that out the door now, moving on to the next thing because of what a waste. And I think that speaks to the cost to value ratio I was pointed to earlier. So I think a lot less time on the data necessarily, although some, and much more on ensuring that we can give proper instructions, context, and ensuring that we can point in the right direction.
And it's something I tell my team. Do not confuse the idea and concept with a poor execution of it. And what I mean by poor execution isn't just that someone did a crappy job. It's also that the technology or things may not be there. But one of the things around data is collecting a bunch of data without use cases or purpose shows that when you do have the thing you want to do, and this is from experience, the data you collected, you're going to be still missing stuff. And so having the use case, and then as far as where the data is stored, that's less important than the quality of that data and ensuring that as you pick it from different systems, the meaning that is derived from one system versus another, that they intersect. Because if they don't, then it's also going to cause challenges. Sorry, I don't know.
We just want advice for the builders in the room. Care about where the data is stored because it's going to come back to haunt you if you're not caring about that. There you go.
That's right. Yeah, my answer on data was we have plenty of data. It's the tech stack that matters, right? Especially in marketing, there's so many pieces and parts for how you store that data, what use cases are, how it comes out the other end, and what that experience is. So we're spending an enormous amount of time on the tech stack and how to make all that integrated.
Awesome. Okay, so last question, and then we'll open up to questions from the audience, is give one tangible piece of advice to folks that are in the room. And again, the room is full of folks who are like founders, builders, practitioners, etc. What is one piece of advice you would give them?
I mean, I think that the fact that we're all here is the best thing ever, right? It is moving so fast, and
we heard the founder, or the BC gentleman talk earlier today, that it's even different than it was 3 months ago.
Yeah.
So I think, you can get on the train and it seems like you're going much faster than the guy who's sitting on the platform watching the train go by. So just get on the train and be at these conferences and dig in and practice and just be curious is what I think.
Join Ethan's masterclass tomorrow from 1 to 3 p.m. Truly, it will blow your mind, and you will get a clear and tangible value of how to get examples of how to get value out of AI today.
I think fast iteration, so experimentation. I mean, not just for your marketing, but also personally get engaged with it. So it doesn't matter whether, where you are in the organization, play with it. Because you'll observe things personally, and there's nothing close to that first-hand experience. And then the other is don't let your North Star vision get in the way of simple and something that works today. So iterate quickly.
Yeah, I always say start with a beginner's mindset. So, where can you see the biggest value across your organization, and how can you kind of reimagine what would that look like? And I'm always looking personally for ways that I can challenge myself and my thinking. Like yesterday I thought this, how today can I find something that I thought yesterday was wrong? So I'm always asking myself every morning my cup of coffee. One of the things I journal is what did I get wrong yesterday? So just constantly be challenging yourself and your thought process because the world is shifting really fast.
Awesome. So the things I had were be curious, experiment, and then iterate fast. All right, so we're going to open it up to a few questions. You can raise your hand and then we'll run the mic to you.
Hi, thank you for an amazing conversation. My name is Ashmi. I'm a B2B marketing leader, and one of the things that I'm designing in my team is, where do we bring in AI right now? Where do we bring it in later? What are some places, I think Loni touched upon this a little bit, but what are some places where, at least in the near future, maybe next few months, you're not seeing Gen AI really either coming in or being supportive rather than sort of being the driver? And this is across marketing functions, where I include product marketing, product strategy, market research, sales, customer success, partners, etc. Where you not see it becoming a leader, but being sort of supportive of the humans.
Just to clarify, are you asking specifically about Gen AI versus AI?
Yes.
Just so I make sure you're saying, where do I see it not? Okay. I would say that with any, so I call it your sourdough, your mother of the sourdough. So where I don't see it is that it's still important to have grounding in great creative and things that are your brand voice, right? So there's a lot of Gen AI that's trained on world content. The problem with it is if you just use that, your brand is going to look like everybody else's brand. So the area that's been really important, we've seen an uptick in use of Adobe Firefly custom models. And custom models, essentially, we work with a Coca-Cola, and they have almost like their secret recipe for their drinks. They have their brand content, and they feed that all in, and that then helps them generate the variations. And those variations are things that they would have not even created before or would have taken too long, and they are investing more in that core creative content. So I see that. The other place I don't see generative AI is when we work with companies that have products. The product part of it, they want absolute accuracy. So there I see more an increase in 3D models and video of them because they want to reduce the cost of production on it, but it's not generative. It is getting high fidelity on your car, your furniture. But then the inspirational setting that they have, sometimes they generate that for the product description pages and product landing pages. But one of the retailers for high fashion we work with, they're still doing the editorial product shoots, right? Where they're still doing those things because it is hard to get all of those in place. The final comment I would say is the remixing. So you might generate something, then you might bring it into an editing tool, right? And we see this as we're Adobe, and they will go edit from there. So at the end of the day, it's not just what comes out of a generative model. That's where I see generative AI not playing yet, or when it's starting to really be a human-generated AI collaboration. And even like, I won't name names, but even some of the most creative places you see, they are using Gen AI for ideation, for sure. Right.
Yeah, just one comment. I think where brand works really well, to your point, is a thought partner. It's a create some ideas, come up with some foundations, and then put the feel into it. Brand is not what you see, it's what you make people feel. Brand is the culture of your company and what every employee is saying about working there and buying, and what your customers say about buying from you, what your partners say about partnering from you. That's a feeling. You can't get that out of an AI model.
Great. Okay, we have time for maybe one or two more questions.
Hi, morning. This is Janoni, specifically on Adobe. I know you have product segments like Creative Cloud and Marketing Cloud. And you used to target enterprise customers using Marketing Cloud and Creative Cloud, of course, enterprise use, but mostly small and medium business. How are you seeing with Gen AI both getting married and both getting closer and closer in terms of customer engagement? Because enterprises are looking at creative as part of their marketing stack, no more as the creative team doing it, right? I mean, like considering the variations, considering the content creation speed, you know, so the creative cloud piece is getting more and more into your marketing cloud piece. So how are you managing it? How are you looking at it? Are you seeing that?
Yeah. So the acoustics in this place are a little challenging. That or I'm getting older. Don't tell me the latter. But I think what you're asking is that when you see marketing, you also see the creative pieces of it as well, and how we're seeing combined. And by the way, thank you for your trust and investment in Adobe. If you listen to our last financial analyst call, I think it's actually great to listen to it. Not for the financials, I mean, you can listen for that, but also we made a pretty declarative statement there, and it also came out in Adobe Summit, which is you're spot on, right? What we're seeing in companies is that marketing, creative, we've always known has been kind of connected, but now that we have but marketing creatives do not talk to each other because frankly they're so busy trying to, like creative were like, don't talk to me, I'm in Creative Cloud and I have a deadline to meet. And marketing was like, don't talk to me, I'm looking at data and I can, you know, just give me those big creatives that are already linked, right? But now with Gen AI, they actually have time to talk to each other and need to because of exactly what you said. So first of all, if you look at our financial analyst call, we are now grouping customer segments in a different way, where the enterprise, the business communicators are being pulled together for both, you know, Experience Cloud, Creative Cloud, and actually looking at that more holistically. Second, at Adobe Summit, David Modwani, who is the president of our digital media, got up on stage and he showed the whole, what we call the whole Adobe content supply chain, right? That goes all the way from creative to marketing. And he basically showed the steps of where that connection happens. And one key area is around content reuse. So every enterprise talks about reusing content. It hardly ever happens because it's an afterthought. So designing it as a modularity around that content and being able to bring it all the way from creative to marketing is an important concept for design for reuse. So yes, the answer is yes. And if you take a look at those two pieces, you'll get an idea of where Adobe's going.
Great. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions, but I just want to say thank you to all the panelists. And if one thing you take away from this is, I'm sure you can hear their voices, there's a lot of enthusiasm around this technology. So take that away, tinker, enjoy, and then go to the master classes. Yeah? Okay. Thanks, everyone.
So we'll break for lunch. It's in the hall across the room, and then we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thanks.
Thanks for your good questions.
I was looking around, I was like, I guess I can ask someone else.
go-to-market, AI and demo automation, AI and content, AI and activation, and this one is AI and activation.
Data? Is it data?
Content. Yeah, content. So you can take a look at these clipboards and figure out which roundtable you'd like to be part of. There are a couple of moderators that are listed on the main page of the website for the conference on who the moderators are. Simultaneously, we also have 2 workshops starting. One on lifecycle marketing, that is upstairs on the 11th floor, and then one with Clay, which is happening in the Headway room, which is next door. So without further ado, I want to introduce our next speaker, who is Kaushik Patel. He's the head of business systems at Brex, and I'll let him introduce himself. Thank you.
As already mentioned, I'm at Brex, a year at Brex. Before that, spent almost 9 years at a company called ThoughtSpot. We had the co-founder here in the opening session. And prior to that, Blue Jeans, like lead marketing by heart. I switched gears, doing more of business systems at Brex, but both at Blue Jeans and ThoughtSpot, my responsibility was also running operations and the tech stack. So I'm here today to talk about AI and its influence on at Brex across our tech systems. So I'm a big proponent of AI. So after you hear this, you might have a little bit of a different perspective, but I am just going to walk through our journey, share our experiences, and also give you an idea about what else goes on as these AI use cases become more prevalent. And in most cases, primary focus is Gen AI, which is what is impacting all of us across the board. So, we know about Brex. How many of you have heard about Brex? Great. One of the fastest fintech company. We offer global cards, expense management, banking, and travel. It's 30,000 customers, 20,000 active, and we basically service 1 out of every 3 startups in the United States, as well as mid-market and commercial. The Brex services an insanely huge TAM, everybody from early stage to large global 2,000 companies. This is not about Brex, but it's about things at Brex. So what is business systems at Brex? I think every company is structured differently. I'll talk about a little bit about how AI is impacting us. Business systems, Brex being newcomer in the block, 6 years in, we really don't have a traditional IT function. IT function is primarily focused on securities, facilities, and some core functions, but primarily everything to do with the go-to-market, CX. Brex issues global corporate credit cards. We provide first-level support, and then everything that transitions from an support inquiry to dispositioning those cases is all operations. So business systems is a combination of everything that is strategy, tech, and process that supports these 3 big pillars of the company. It does not include humans, specifically in the CX, which is a very large support function. and ops, but it includes everything in terms of technology. So if you think about core functions, and maybe this is relatable to you, a lot of you are from the world of marketing. Marketing is a customer, part of the go-to-market pillar. There are some core high-level functions that fit into these three buckets. The go-to-market is pretty self-explanatory, especially in the B2B side of the business. It's almost everything related to acquisition and retention, acquiring new revenue, upselling, cross-selling across existing customers. CX, the big functions here outside of the core technology components is how we service our customers, as well as how do we service our own internal agents. There's a lot of innovation happening with Gen AI in the CX world too, that also impacts us as an organization. And then finally on the ops side, this is very fintech centric. There's a lot of work that goes on in servicing a fintech portfolio, everything from compliance, governance, disputes, frauds, and so on. And the idea is that all these three are interconnected with the underlying systems and data, not just from, there are some point solutions in this, but overall, everything ties back to customer data or prospect data that we are going after. So where is AI for us? Rex has, outside of product, which has a huge AI component of it, everything in systems world, there's something or other we are doing with AI. This could be a combination of build versus buy, something that we are growing internally or developing internally, or we are sourcing it from different tech vendors. But you can imagine that, for this audience, the left-hand side is probably something very relatable, but AI, Gen AI innovation is happening kind of across the board, across all core functions. There's probably not one area that there is not an internal AI initiative in works. Now it's in different stages in terms of how it's been funded, executed, adopted, but essentially we are trying, just like every other company. In some cases, we've seen some great success, in some cases, disappointments, in some cases, we are going back to the drawing board to revisit how AI or Gen AI solutions could impact us. In a lot of this, we have also been first customer partners or development partners with some of the tech solutions out there, where we work hand in hand, trying addressing certain scenarios. Brex, unlike my past couple of ventures, Brex is a volume transaction business. So feedback loops are much faster, trying to understand how any piece of technology or approach is either helping us with the right performance metrics or yield compared to other tech or status quo. So almost everybody in your procurement world, or maybe the leaders here on the marketing side, these are the classic questions we run into. If you are a tech-heavy, engineering-heavy organization, which Brex is, you always run into the question of build versus buy. You have a lot more controls when it goes to build, but you can potentially run into issues maintaining, sustaining the technology. Second is security. We are hyper-focused, being a fintech company, in terms of where is this data going and so forth. And there are ways around keeping this in check, but it's adding an additional overhead, especially for systems to manage this. Running costs, this is the biggest variable. For all of us on the system side, we are running point on a budget, trying to understand and where is the variable element and what is a fixed element of cost. And in a lot of cases, this has been a big contention topic. Obviously, there are ways around it, but in most cases, a lot of our experimentation involved running variable for the first year for the vendor to benchmark what this cost is going to look like, and then eventually standardize on kind of some limit-based approach. And then finally, performance yield. If you look at the common theme of all these four, there's some kind of metric something tangible that you can work against. Is this something that is acceptable? Whether this is impacting your CAC, is this impacting your cost to serve, keeping your customers? There is at least something that would either allow you to decide and bring up to a discussion point to say, should we go ahead with this or not? But I think what we're missing in most cases, and we've seen this, is the impact of this on the core systems and data within organization. I know a couple of sessions earlier this morning, there was a concern about how, in our world, we had humans primarily making changes into our data, which was accountable for, it was in lesser of a volume that could be managed and tracked. We had integrations or system integrations, which are very well thought through and handshaked. We knew exactly what those variables are or the inputs are, so we knew what was changing. And now suddenly we have a multitude of black boxes that are pumping data into our systems, which is causing a lot of anxiety for us, because we are the last step before reporting when it comes to either business metrics or performance. And so the biggest risk we are running into, which is almost intangible. So if you ask me, what is the impact of the lower bottom systems and data, what is the cost overhead of it? I think it's a hard metric to come by. And usually, I've been on the vendor side, and if I have to make my pitch, it's all straightforward. I don't think you will run into an issue. But again, today morning, we talked about being iterative. Iterative is two ways where you fine-tune an approach within a single vendor, versus iterative when a vendor does not work out and you bring in a new vendor. And suddenly all of that adds to the tax on the underlying systems and data. For most of you who might have one integrated function that services both tech and marketing, I think this is an area of concern, or an area that you should always think about when you are addressing or adopting AI as the path forward. And I'm not saying in terms of this is a disaster. This is something that needs to be paid attention to, because it will catch up on your journey as you start adopting the first solution, enhancing with the second, complementing with the third. It starts adding a lot of chaos in the system. Now, how we are seeing at Brex is primarily around where are the big areas we're running into. First, there are more sales pitches coming along targeting different use cases for AI. And so we are drawn into the due diligence part of these technologies to say, like, is this something we integrate, something we adopt, and so forth. And just like with any other solution vendor, it's usually never a one-day setup. It usually takes a significant amount of effort. We're seeing data integrity issues. We're seeing that as these vendors, and no ding to us, we are also growing this AI solutions internally, is this, as you fine-tune whatever is going to be an output, whether it is the data or whether it's a discovery, things keep on flip-flopping. So we're running into the risk of what was X now became Y. And some of our underlying systems don't even have the capability to track changes that fast. Right? Salesforce is still stuck, the words coming from Salesforce is still stuck with field audit history of 60 fields to track what has changed. Your 5-trend and data integration options of pulling data are becoming more and more expensive as your data grows. And we are a very high volume shop. So we are also running into the risk of race conditions happening in terms of pulling data out, drawing some observability, some monitoring, pulling it back, or understanding what has changed. With AI and Gen AI, you go to a vendor, and then in the consolidation, the GTM landscape, we're also seeing vendors offer not only A, they also, I can also do B, and I can also do C. Where do you draw the line? To find some exclusive guardrails is also another challenge. If you're saying, I want discovery, or I want a prospecting tool, and I want a discovery across my million accounts, The same vendor will say, I can also give you geo data. The same vendor will say, I'll give you revenue data. I'll give you employee data. Which one do you accept? Which one do you not accept? Who do you always align with as your source of truth is becoming now a bigger challenge. Because it's just a one-click integration. It's just piping data in. For fintech, we are also running into data labeling. Is this AI-generated data or is it human-introduced data? Because a lot of decisions are made based on these inputs. Whether we are underwriting a customer based on revenue or whether we are underwriting a customer based on a self-attested spend levels and so forth. So we now are asked to say, in your CRM, which part of this data is coming from Gen AI solutions versus which of this has been human endorsed or data? Because there's a lineage that we need to track too. We are also working on debugs. As things change. Remember, we had 300 sellers making changes into a Salesforce instance. Now we have 30 technologies pumping data into it. We are seeing an insane amount of tickets coming in to say, why is this data changing? What happened? Who changed it? And so forth. And a lot of the tools give you a little bit of more additional metadata to talk about why it has changed. But this is happening in volume that it's very hard in a programmatic way to understand what has changed and derived this. It's driving all these changes. And usually a data attribute change drives a lot of southbound process changes, which is clogging up resourcing within the system. We're still in the world of metered API usage. So the underlying systems have not yet evolved as fast as the Gen AI solutions are kind of evolving, put in a little bit of a bottleneck. And then obviously there's a cost monitoring part of it in the grand scheme of things. A lot of these solutions are metered solutions. And so when do you introduce a new research project? When do you not introduce a new research? So there's a balancing act that comes in. In a lot of cases, the cost is not as transparent either. It always shows up, your classic snowflake wheel when you have to entertain how many credits did you burn down, so forth. So all of this for us who are supporting you on the system side is translating to two big things: volume of tickets. So we are still a customer or service organization within the company. How do we address all of these changes and the drama associated with it? And the Secondly is that the systems folks or the systems team in most organizations have been very focused on building things and servicing those things, where they knew exactly in a very deterministic way how that solution was brought together. And so when they had to resolve bugs or solve for it, they knew exactly how to approach it, or at least figured out a path to approach it. Now, we are looking at up-leveling the skill set to solve these problems, which is not something most of the systems team are kind of equipped in doing it. And most importantly, as you bring autonomy into your go-to-market tech stack or CX and ops, I think the first session talked about incumbent data and new data. I think you run the risk of, we have 30,000 customers. There's no overnight job that I can know that the list of the 1,000 customers are 100% enriched. Most cases, at least in the B2B side, we are driven by revenue. We are driven by bookings. There's hardly a function that spend cycles on ensuring that the data, underlying data is correct. As long as you're closing opportunities and deals, it's all good. Who cares whether it is google.com as a website of the company versus apple.com? As long as I know the person and I can close a renewal with it, it's great. And so now we are being forced to think through saying all your customer data needs to be as accurate as possible, because I don't want another autonomous Gen AI solution to start reaching out to that same customer with a pitch saying, how about, getting Brex as a solution. So we are approaching this in two ways. Not that we've figured out 100% of the solution. One is from a system side, how do we entertain the folks like you in a way that we are able to join you in the journey of finding solutions that may not persist for a long time, or maybe swap till you find the right solution. In terms of throughput, what do we do? And we also are an AI customer. We are also adopting AI internally to solve some of this. And the second big change in behavior that we are expecting from systems is a proactiveness. We've always been a reactive. We're further down in the supply chain. When a decision is made, here's the way we're going to operate. That's when we come to know that, oh, now we have a new solution that we need to integrate, and then we'll integrate and we'll support and so forth, which probably is not going to work in this new world. So one of the things on the throughput side is, typically for those of you who have a little bit of an ops background, we come across a problem, we kind of go through a discovery. As you grow as a business, this becomes even more complicated, more time consuming. And then you go out, figure out how you're going to fix that solution, or you're going to build a new solution. Eventually you build it, you test it, and you deploy it. As your org grows or your systems grow, this adds more complexity, because you now have a huge risk of bringing the entire system down. And so many a times you might have come across ops and systems guys saying, oh, well, I'll push another fix, and I'll do it. Or, well, this formula went wrong, and everything flipped. So we spend a lot of cycles in it, and there's an opportunity on the throughput. How do we increase the throughput, velocity of it? On the right-hand side, on the proactiveness side, is now I had 300 sellers who are making changes. Now we have 10 systems of image. Where is the observability? What changed? How fast things are changing? Because our feedback loop is humans. We would only know something has changed two ways. Either the person who is using our systems tells us that I can't close a deal, Kaushik, something's happening. Check the validation rule and we'll do that. So our human feedback loop. Whereas now we have a number of systems flip-flopping. So how do we proactively find it? Because the problem could get completely out of control and not 100% localized. We are not, a lot of the systems folks, at least I ran data at hotspots, I feel very comfortable with data, but a lot of systems folks are not super data heavy. Ask them to write SQL and they will, and of course we have now agents who can write SQL and so forth, but understanding the impact of data in the entire system is also another big challenge that we are kind of running against it. Communications. As much as agentic AI solutions or Gen AI solutions give you a lot of controls in terms of changing, doing it, so it could be a decision you make in a 30-minute meeting that could have consequences that could linger around for weeks in terms of the system impact. So as you make changes, how does that propagate through the entire system in terms of whoever is managing the system, supporting the system, and so forth? Was not as big a problem in the past. And then obviously a lot of this is also, the speaker in the first session talked about most of the system folks are not full stack engineers. We struggle the same way that most of you business guys struggle in terms of writing AI code and so on. We also are constrained by the underlying systems. I envy a job of a full stack engineer where he has or she has a lot more control in terms of bringing things into play, fixing things, and so on. I have a platform like Salesforce or some other platform that is going to put a lot of restriction in terms of how I can change, fix, deploy things. And so all of those comes into play. So it's becoming a lot more tech demanding, in my opinion, compared to what it used to be. And then finally, as you evolve your new use cases, there's new things happening, new things changing. There's new things coming in, there's unstructured content coming into our systems that is being used to make decisions. In the past, everything was structured. We just knew exactly why you made a certain decision, or we knew exactly a workflow that we are going to build ties back to why a decision was made. Now that's not the case. And by the time we make a decision or the workflow triggers, it's possible some other system has overwritten that. How do you track that? So this is the area where we are trying to spend time to say, can we equip ourselves as humans or find solutions that could solve us from being more focused on the throughput and then being more focused on being proactive in the system. And obviously, none of our KPIs are tied towards this. Right? Most of the systems teams are either tied towards, how many tickets they're solving, but now we are being perceived and measured in a very different way. In a lot of cases like throughput, we are adopting AI. AI is a way, but this is also the same friction that you are running into in a lot of the marketing use cases is the same use. It's a human behavior change that we are expecting. People still are used to working 20 years in Salesforce doing things in a different way, as well as other systems, whereas we are asking them to think through it very differently. We used to rely a lot on tribal knowledge, which is now, as we bring AI into place, that's no longer the case. Nobody's pinging me, Kaushik, why is this changing? Now the system is expecting that there is some documentation, there is some additional metadata tied to a change so that it can piece it together and then hopefully make the right decision. So that's putting additional text on it, but we are using AI to kind of bring that in play. A lot of that is helping drive basically the throughput, so on the documentation side and so forth. And this is the one which is more human-centric, which is being kind of proactive. I think it has brought us back into the world of cross-functional collaboration. As much as this is kind of expected, we are now talking to a lot more cross-functional teams within the company because of this GenAI impact. And primarily GenAI impact driving change in systems data, because data gets consumed in a company in so many different ways. There's always a reporting part of it that is at least a little bit more controlled. But there's especially a lot of transactional data that gets used in making decisions. And that now needs to be known, because you could flip a switch somewhere and suddenly everything would change. We are a big clay shop. And we also sell, Brex has a huge segment called e-commerce. And as you know, those of you who've been marketers, that, even Apple doesn't classify as an e-commerce, but a lot of you might think that they have an e-commerce. So we have a very different way of identifying e-commerce companies. We don't go by NEXT code or SIG code, but we go by saying if there is a shopping cart, then it's an e-commerce company. And obviously now with Gen AI and the rapid discovery options, we can now even go deeper to say not only we can see whether it's a shopping cart, but is this customer a Shopify customer or has some other retail tech that we could use as a way to identify that this is an e-commerce company. The first question that I came up with is saying that how is it going to impact our current segmentation? Because we report our revenue, our growth, cohorted growth, all based on what is done. So the thing is like, no, I need to now know about it. That means now I need to run my 5 million accounts to gain a new model to understand what is a delta. And all of that has to be done in an offline way because Excel doesn't help you with that kind of volume and so forth. So these are the challenges we are running into. So you make a change like that, that needs to propagate because there may be a lot of southbound functions driving towards e-commerce getting a preferential treatment when it comes to support, or maybe a different type of escalations, or maybe not an escalation, and so forth. And then most importantly, lastly, it's primarily around observability. So one area that we are trying to find solution is like proactively identify where these changes are happening, which I highlighted earlier. In summary, I don't want to do that. I'll do it later. But anyways, in summary, my ask for all of you in the room is that I think as you explore use cases that will help streamline marketing as a function, bring efficiency, performance, please make sure that your systems and data are also equipped to get you along with that journey. As maybe next year when we come together, we might have a very different solution to this, but right now I think all of us are on a path towards finding a way to also scale the bottom along with the top as Gen AI makes impact across the stack. Cool, thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Cool. So now we move on to our interactive part of the conference. We have 5 flipboards in 5 parts of this room. One is for AI and go-to-market. So, I'll invite Mariana here to share more of the details and on the roundtables.
Thanks, Arjun. Hey everyone, how are you guys doing? Okay, before we go into my favorite part, which is the interactive part, I want to invite everyone to stand up for just a moment. Thank you. Nice. Alright, I'll put this here. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Can we all take a deep breath in together? Just a deep breath. And then let it all out. Can you let your arms just hang a little and maybe sway a little from side to side? Nice. Beautiful. Can you bring your heels all the way up? Nice. And then can you press them down as you come down? Kind of bounce a little. And do that maybe once, twice, 3 times. Nice. Can you bring your chin all the way up and take a deep inhale? And then bring it all the way down and exhale all the air out. Beautiful. Now can you bring it parallel to the ground and bring your shoulders all the way up, deep inhale. And then all the way back and down, exhale all the air down. Nice. Okay, now my challenge here is for us to keep that beautiful posture as we sit down. Thank you. All right, now to the next part. We have the opportunity now to discuss some of our own problems, our own challenges. And before we go into that, I would love to get a show of hands if you've met someone today that's completely new, you've never seen them before. Good. Okay, great. And can I get a show of hands if you met someone who's building into the AI space? All right. And can I get a show of hands if you met someone who's building in the AI space and is doing something that may be of use for you? Sounds interesting somehow. Okay, that's beautiful. And if you haven't shown your hands for this last question, I do challenge you to find someone who's building something that is within the challenges that you're going through that might be able to help you, because this is literally the core of AI for marketing and the AI core of the United States in terms of the city, in terms of a space for innovators and builders. So if you don't find anything here, that means that there's a huge opportunity. So if you can't find anyone building for a challenge that you are currently facing, maybe communicate that challenge. So maybe find someone to chat about it, and who knows, maybe you are the next person building in the AI space. Nice. That said, we have a bunch of roundtables today, and here my presentation is for us to think of a challenge that we're facing right now. So I'll invite everyone to close their eyes real quick. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but trust me. Okay. Alright, so I'll ask you a question and then just hold on to the first thought that comes to your mind. So what is one challenge you're going through in your day-to-day marketing life right now? Okay, in what stage of your marketing journey is that challenge? Is that within acquisition? Is that within engagement, retention? Where is that? Beautiful. So hold on to that. Now you're invited to close it up, open your eyes. Beautiful. Okay, now let's introduce you to the round tables on this afternoon. Very important that you keep that challenge in mind so that you have a goal. When you go into this round table, you know why you're going to that one specifically. I know it can be kind of overwhelming, especially when there's so many cool themes. Like we all have challenges throughout the customer journey. So how do we kind of focus on the one thing that is more important to us right now? So let's do that. Okay, let me start right here. I think that's activation. Right here. Yeah, can I get the leader here on activation to stand up?
Yes, it's Chris.
Beautiful, thank All right, can you introduce this roundtable and tell us a little bit about your role here?
Yeah, so this is all about what Chris spoke about earlier, which is activating those found data. So for the last decade or so, we've collected a lot of data, actually 2 decades, and it's now a wave of innovation that allows us to do more with those found data. This roundtable is going to talk about how you activate the data on the existing systems.
Great. So let's just make sure that we keep us seated until we go through all the round tables. But if activation is a keyword that was connected to the challenge that you thought of, keep activation in mind. Next round table is GTM.
Then with Megan, Micheline, and Sriya. And I'll let them share.
So yeah, we have a moderator for each of the roundtables, and
all right, join us at the Go-to-Market and AI Roundtable to continue the panel discussion. Love to hear your challenges, go-to-market, how you're using AI, how you want to use AI, and cool things you're doing along the way.
Nice. So go-to-market sounds like the challenge that you thought of. This is the one. Now, demo automation. Right on the back.
Raise your hand if you don't have Instagram. Who doesn't have Instagram? Nobody. All right, you don't come to this one. So the reason is videos are, given. Demo videos are how we sell a lot and build credibility. And the later build something pretty incredible with storytelling. But this is not just about storytelling. We're going to talk about demo automation. And come chat with us.
Thank you. And then we have a data roundtable.
Hi everyone. Well, we heard a lot about AI, but without any data to support that AI or any context for the agent. We all know it could be hallucinatory and imaginative, but not really do anything for you. So talk to me and to what here about what could data need, like what data is actually useful, and how do you actually get some insight from data that you actually can use for your AI and AI.
Thank you. Not that this is a contest, but remember there is no AI without data. So it is a very important topic to talk to.
Alright, so maybe your challenge is around data. And then we have content.
So data is important, but use the data to try and create great content. So if you're curious about
how to use AI to be able to keep your content on the cutting edge, to keep it human, to keep it creative. Come and chat and China.
If you want to learn how we can grow to millions of traffic on SEO, and then you can go viral on social media, we can help forget it. Amazing. Okay, guys, it sounds like, yeah, it's a marketing event, but we sure know how to sell as well. So, well done, you guys. So, now that you're ready, now that you've seen all the options of round tables, please feel free to stand up and go towards the round table that makes more sense to you.
Before you do one, we have two master classes going on. One with play, which is in the room 9. So if you're interested in the play master class, which is being led by Judge Peckerall, who's the head of education for play. And then we have an email lifecycle workshop that is happening on the 11th floor. That's being led by Bodhi, who's Director of Lifecycle Marketing at Credible, as well as Nick, who's Director of Marketing at AG1.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Do you need help here?
I'm excited that you just rolled with it. That's pretty cool.
That's hard. I hope I'm like adequately prepared.
Oh, you'll be fine. You've done this your entire career.
Yeah, I like speaking, and I have a lot of opinions.
There we go.
I think, why don't we like make it a you?
Yes. Yeah, that's great.
So it's easier for everyone.
Perfect. What happened to your foot?
I broke my foot.
Oh no.
Trail running.
Uh-oh.
It's disappointing. I'm gonna put on one more chapstick.
Yeah, go for it. Hey everyone, we're going to start our next session in like 2 minutes. You got a 2-minute warning. Hey everyone, we're going to start in 2 minutes, so please. No reaction. Maria, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Pranav.
Nice to meet you.
Pranav.
Nice to meet you. I'm taking a picture of us. Maybe I should get someone, but like
Somebody was going to take pictures, so you're going to get pictures. We need another mic, don't we?
There's one behind them.
All right, everybody. We're going to get started. Everybody, grab a seat, please. Come on. Let's get this party started. Come on. I was going to say there was a round table right before this and a picture, and everyone's like chilling.
Yeah, you got everyone out of their seat.
Really? Caution.
Like a little bit too echoey to really hear what they were saying. Like from the back, it's hard to hear. Maybe we should.
Do you want to round them up?
Maybe we should walk into the crowd and we can interview from the back. And that way, we'll leave some people.
I'm going to give it a one last shot. Hey, everyone. I would really appreciate people in the back. People in the back. Everybody, can you please look at the weirdo on the stage waving his hands? Everybody, please grab a seat. Really? Or I can just start talking. All right. I'm just hoping that people will simmer down a little bit and we'll get going. All right, folks. So we have two incredible people on stage right now. I'm going to do my best to introduce them. And then we're going to talk about adoption of AI. And I don't think there are any better people to talk about this topic than the two of them. So I'm Pranav. You don't need to know anything about me, but you do need to know about Carrie Lu, who was previously the CMO at Atlassian, all the way to the IPO, and then has been an executive coach for other CMOs over the last 6 years, 7 years. And we have Maria, who used to be the CMO at Plan and is now an executive in residence at Scale Venture Partners. What did I miss?
Yeah, we're really happy to be here. Thanks for having us.
All right. Awesome. Okay, so my first question, right? Everyone talks about AI. Obviously, we're at an AI conference. Great. What was the last use, personally or at work, that you had with AI?
I asked you questions 15 minutes ago about different companies and their scale. So again, I'm an advisor to CEOs and CMOs of growth companies, usually about 50 million, but up to $1 billion and more. So I advise Bill, where we met each other originally, Sprout Social, 1Password, Weights and Biases, a number of companies in the B2B space. And so I'm really excited to talk about some of the deployment parts, but then also I think earlier this year I did a survey among CMOs about how often they were using AI tools personally, monthly, weekly, once a day, and I've been laughing because I think there's a new survey that's how many times a day are you using it?
Okay, so what was the question that you asked to the AI 15 minutes ago? Do you remember?
I actually ask it all the time, so you can figure out how big they are. I think, as many of you guys are experiencing, we're in this renaissance period of AI companies. There's just so many amazing ideas and so many amazing companies that there's almost this fatigue as a buyer trying to sort through all the companies and understand how big are they, who are their competitors, what's the landscape, because we're really entering this era where I think we're going to see a massive change in the market between established vendors and new consolidation in the next, hopefully 3 to 5 years, or maybe there'll just still be millions of smaller companies instead of consolidation.
I echo that opinion. So I'm going to switch to Maria. Your personal experience with AI?
I think one, you can tell Angelo and myself have been working for a long time. We answer the questions the way that we want. Things to do, I'll get to that. It's good to be here. It's so exciting right now because, again, I'm dating myself. I remember the energy. Yes, I was at Active Campaign and operating at a client public, and I was asking for that. But part of that, I was in Marketo, and I was at the time, or it was the time when Marketo was emerging, digital marketing was emerging. There was this energy about what we were doing, and I feel so grateful to be part of this energy. I'm just happy to be here with energy and to start with that. As it comes with AI, I have a unique job now where I help all AI companies with scale vendors that's all in AI, and helping them with their marketing. So see the fullest of list. Yesterday we had a conference, and I have to show everybody the phone, and everybody got to ask questions about what room should I be in, or what's happening in this conference, what would look like me, and they were talking to me, but it was not me. And so that is just amazing. I have formally, I think one way that I hope my own AI adoption is on my computer. I have changed my default search engine to be ChatGPT, and it's painful at first, right? Like it is, you just want to get to the thing, you know how to get to it the way you know it, but I think it's doing things like that and just really immersing yourself and then following the energy and not resisting it.
I will have to say, my husband called me out and looked at my ChatGPT history and told me I shouldn't make medicine choices about my children from ChatGPT because it hallucinates. And then I had to say, in marriage counselor style, thank you for the feedback. I'll definitely check the sources and be more careful in the future.
I think there's a point, right? That's how you learn to check the sources. That's how, when it's for our jobs, I mean, as serious as our jobs are, it's not medicine, it's not our families. And so you better bet if I'm taking medical advice, I'm looking at those sources, it's a better way to build rigor. But then ends up, I know the topic is the enterprise, and then ends up impacting the work we're doing at the enterprise.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a massive challenge in the enterprise for AI about the data, because of course bad data in, bad data out. So lots of people doing deployments are still working really hard. And it's kind of ironic, right? Because a long time ago I used to work for Oracle, so data was so important in data warehouses. And before that I worked in process automation, which is right now everything old is new again. And the biggest problem with process automation products was actually getting your data right so that you could automate the products. So I think data about validity and trustworthiness is central.
Okay, so thank you for that candid answer. No, that was great. So I want to pivot a little bit, and you all see enterprise businesses, you all see at-scale businesses all the time. Is there a story that comes to mind about the most successful AI deployment that you have seen that you can talk about publicly? Is there a story like that, or even just the early stages of a deployment?
Yeah, I'm going to go to the opposite. I'm going to go where I think it's going wrong, and it is changing so fast. I remember, I'm old, and I'm always trying to counter that with making sure the people know that I hear them, and I'm not just being bold for bold's sake, but probably a regrettable interaction that I had about a year ago was somebody was saying, when you're at an enterprise, like, if I'll ask my candidates if they use ChatGPT or whatever LLM to do the exercise that they have, maybe give them some task. If they say yes, I'm not considering that because I don't feel like they can do their own work. And I was like, is so smart. Can you forward me all the names of the people that you are going to hire because of that? Because those are the people that I want to hire. And so I think there's some, in the enterprise, some slower thinking. And I think it's important for everybody to be aware of that because that creates advantage for everybody in the world. I also think in the enterprise, you have to be thinking about solution, and with that we can talk about some good rollouts, but if you're not, I think it is very true that if you're not giving people a way to use the most modern tools, they're finding a way to use them around you, and then you're putting your own data at risk. So being short-sighted here is not going to help you long term. And so really trying to share a roadmap, even if you're not there, it just has to be that way, or you're going to end up losing data, having other issues that you would want anyway.
Great.
So I'll share a couple of stories. I started a CMO AI group for at-scale CMOs. It's mostly VC-backed CMOs at companies of over 100 million to a couple billion. And we talk about case studies of what's working. We're sharing examples of vendors that we're using in experimentation. And I think that the AI at scale, and let me preface this by saying, I actually think bigger companies are not running faster than AI. I literally, Marie and I are personal friends as well as colleagues, and I called her last week and I said, God, we got off this AI club that I run, and I said, man, these people are all laggards. Like, I gotta go back into smaller companies because that's where the innovation is happening. And our vendors right now know more than anyone in the office. Because in the office, we have so much to do that we can kind of experiment with a vendor and we can get something in the production, but these vendors are living and breathing, so immersed in AI that I find that my AI vendor friends, who don't want to be called vendors, are really bringing more innovation to me than any of these established, innovative CMOs that I really have looked up to and respected and collaborated with. So I actually think that my group of at-scale CMOs are not the most innovative at doing AI. But I'll tell you that there's 3 areas where they're seeing real ROI and are investing. And the first, of course, is content. And that's not surprising. Content can be massively accelerated, it can be massively optimized. The web pages can do things in SEO that we dreamed of. You know, the research and product marketing that we can do to establish analysis of target markets and of specific sales folks. So I think really a lot in content, although that's sometimes harder to put direct ROI around, especially when our SEO is dropping as we're getting better at AI SEO content creation. So content creation. The second is really SDRs and BDRs. So we're seeing, we've always had this group of people who are not that experienced calling our customers to try to engage them. And there's a number of tools there, the agent tools, some outbound dialing tools. Like, there's so much innovation in that space, and we're not seeing it replace SDRs, but we're definitely seeing it double and triple and quadruple their productivity. So I've seen several CMOs who are getting 3 or 4 times as many meetings by adding tools into their SDR flow. And then the third area is data. And this is where I think people who have been in technology for a long time or in AI for a long time kind of roll their eyes, because we've been doing ML for years, possibly decades, right? That is still AI, but it's not the cool, hip, generative AI that came out just last year when AI just came out, right? I mean, I've been laughing because I wrote a white paper in 2005 about service-oriented architectures and business process management optimization using probabilistic models. Everything we've dreamed of is coming to life now, but what I would say is for marketers, we're able to get better data than ever before, to do better targeting than ever before, to augment that data with private data, and just do so much personalization that it's, one of the companies I work with has mapped their entire universe of buyers, because they have a very specific product. They know everyone, every company, every buyer, and they target them directly, and their spend is so effective that this last category of data for AI is the highest ROI.
All right, I gotta put an exclamation and B2C companies figure out where to invest their next dollar with confidence. So should you put money sponsoring this event, like we did, or should you put money on a TV ad, or should you put money in Google search or SDRs or events? We use machine learning, the old school AI, to figure out the answer to that question. So I was talking to this company, and this is a hot startup, at scale, growing really fast, global company. And the first part of our entire deployment is getting their data organized. It's just hard work, down to daily spend and impressions by geography, by channel. And guess what? They don't have it. So we have to help them do it, and part of the reason why we won the deal was that. Because if you don't have the data, you can apply all the AI, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's garbage in, garbage out. So it's a great point about how I think AI companies can take on that initial hard work for getting the data organized before you get into the deployment phase. And I see a lot of companies do that.
And I think that's what's changed. So I was advising an AI company 5 years ago, and their biggest problem was that they'd sell a big deal and it would take 6 to 8 months for the company to organize their data and tag it appropriately, and then be able to, then they could install the AI and get value in 1 week, but it was like 1 week and 7 months because of, and I think that the newest innovations in AI are making that data step much faster. So I think that's like propels the opportunity to get more immediate value.
I completely agree. There are still ad platforms that will not give you clean data broken out by geography and day. We found that out today.
But just a comment to this, that I think, so you talked about those 3 places. I think there's 2 others that the CMOs are talking about that are becoming pervasive within our teams, which are, 1, kind of those design use cases, both for brainstorming, but also for the images we're using in ads. And then 2, kind of all the win-loss analysis, kind of customer communications, and so that's becoming really pervasive.
Basically, every single step of marketing. Top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, product marketing, demand generation. I mean, I was gonna not do this, but I feel like, does anyone here like Hamilton?
Yes.
Anyone? I heard you say look around, and how lucky we are to be alive right now. I like literally sing this in the morning because I try to remind myself when I wake up and I have fear. I'm like, oh my God, everything is going to be obsolete. The world is changing. And then I sing, look around, and it's so magical. It really is. Like I'm using ChatGPT with my daughter at night. I'm like sending prompts to my friends. I'm interviewing people. It's like everything that we knew is becoming easier and faster, but it's all going to be overhauled and transformed. And I think we're going to have a whole new tech stack of vendors. I feel like hopefully Salesforce does a great job with Agentforce, but we know how many years it took Einstein to actually work. And hopefully, Sixth Sense and Demandbase continue to do great ABM, but I think it's really hard for non-native AI vendors to re-architect. And if you're old enough to have gone through the mobile transformation or the cloud transformation or the change to agile development methodologies from waterfall, you'll know how long it takes established vendors to catch up on new technology. So I just think it's the most exciting time to be a founder. It's the most exciting time to be learning about buying AI tools because the whole landscape is changing.
Okay, so I want to, in that spirit of looking ahead and thinking about sort of what the future might hold, we talked about some of the challenges that we have right now in terms of adoption, data garbage in, garbage out, all that fun stuff. Like enterprise companies are not as fast as we would have predicted in terms of adopting it. Let's fast forward 5 years. If somebody's raised $20 million and they're going at it from a VC, backed perspective, what should they be marching towards in that 5-year sort of, time frame?
One of the challenges is all the use cases that Carrie was talking about, that number one, that content, right, that deep research, that becomes commodity. I can get the same thing that you can get that you can get. That is going to be table stakes. And so if you were to break kind of what we said into 2 groups, kind of the data group or the content group, the content group is going to be more commodity. It's what you can do with the data and how you can reason with the data. I spent a number of years in AppLen, and I just lay in bed thinking about all the planning models that we can create, and all the scenarios, and how dynamic things can become. I mean, and so that's way more interesting, I think, than hey, write a paper on this, or give me the information on that. And so I do think what we're excited about today is not what we're gonna be excited about tomorrow. And so even if you feel like you're ahead, there's more to do.
Yeah, I mean, right before I see myself look around, I get afraid because I think everything keeps changing under our feet as we're walking down the road. So, RAG was all the thing, and now it's old news. And, process design was all the thing, and now fixed models are out, and it's dynamic models. So I think we just have to be like, in sports, when you're like, I don't know where they're gonna serve it, but I'm ready to move. I can't even predict. And so I think we just have to keep like voraciously learning. And I would say when I talk to CMOs, I think the three biggest categories of issues are people, process, and systems. It's a new, innovative AI model. But we're really seeing problems with people because people are afraid. They're busy, they're working hard. We're on our third set of financial beat downs from the macroeconomics. So there's fewer people doing more work under more pressure with unrealistic investors, and they're trying to learn new skills and retool themselves, and it's stressful, and it's tiring, and they're burnt out, and they're frustrated, and they're resentful. And so, as leaders, we really have to think about how do we invest in giving someone on the team space to really disrupt ourselves, and how do we really bake in learning into the culture. So when I was growing up in enterprise sales, we had a lunch and learn book club once a month, and then every other week we had a best practices Friday. I think like we just have to make AI part of the way we're running teams. And then on the processes, I think a lot of people aren't used to breaking down their work into discrete pieces that they can map out and replicate. So I think it's about teaching people a new way of thinking and approaching. And then, we've talked a lot about systems, but I think the systems are going to keep changing. We just kind of got to talk to more vendors, watch more demos, try things out, talk to each other about what's working.
I really like that point. I was going to talk about this new technology called HI. Have you heard of this? Human intelligence. I think it's going to be all the rage. And what I mean by that is the classic statement, and I know it's like been overused, but we're all going to be better for it, using it as an assistant, and we all have 10 different assistants at our fingertips, right? I have a marketing assistant, I have a sales assistant, I have a finance assistant, I have an HR assistant. They're all there, helping me be a better leader or what have you. I do think that there are two themes in my head. One is proprietary data, right? Because nobody has proprietary data. That's the whole point. It's your data. And how can you leverage that as a moat, as an advantage 5 years out? And I'm curious if you've seen any use cases or companies build proprietary data. We'll come back to that. The second one is documentation. I feel like the ones who are going to document better are going to have a better chance in terms of, there's the same point about data, right? Like they're going to have better chance in automating everything. Right? Because if it's like documented, then you can now apply an agent to take that documentation and do something with it, as opposed to just, hey, I don't know, like it's in your head. And I'm curious if you have any reactions to either of those points.
So my absolute favorite data company using proprietary data is Carta. I don't know if any of you guys follow Carta, but there's this very bright statistician, Peter Walker, who pitched a job for himself because he was so interested in their data. He was like, oh, they have a treasure trove of data. I want to go in and analyze it. I want to go in and analyze it and be a thought leader with their data. And he's gone in and he does these weekly insights about what's going on in the venture capital and startup market based on real data from real companies and people's grants of their equity. And then not only that, but they built that back into the product so that you can benchmark yourself and even benchmark the success of your VC portfolio relative to others. So they're doing some really innovative things with their own data, and it's created this massive marketing engine because it's real value that's delivered over and over. So I really suggest that you follow him, A, to learn about startups and investing, but B, to see this model in action, because I would absolutely pay for an agent GPT, I don't know what it would be, that was querying their data on my specific questions all the time because it's so rich and so actionable.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. As a CMO, you're not going to know every way that every person on your team can use AI. That is not the priority, but sitting with the leadership team, working with the board to understand where you're going to have proprietary data, how you're going to use that data, where it is going to be an advantage of you, how that's going to make you different than your peers is a really important conversation. And I think if you're somebody not in the C-suite yet, it is a way to differentiate in your company. If you can bring ideas, if you can create conversation there. And I'm seeing the CMOs that I'm excited by, they are having those conversations. They understand the value of their company in the form of data, even if they haven't figured out yet how they're going to monetize that or how they're going to use that. And so I think for everybody here, thinking about the company not just as what you're seeing on the balance sheet, but thinking about what does this company really hold from a data perspective. And that's where, it's easy to say AI can disrupt all these big players, but these big players have data, and that's going to serve them. And so I don't know, this is, again, dating myself, but I use it to challenge myself, that data. The first wave of what came out of the internet and digital, it kind of crashed. That's why we had that recession in 2008, 2009, and a new wave came after that said, we don't care if you're the big guys, you messed it up. And so we have that risk of even disrupting what we're doing. Just because you're first to it doesn't mean that you're going to be the final to it. And these big companies have this data, and if you don't come with something better, they'll figure out how to use AI, and they're going to do fine.
And I'll add one other thing. So I live up in Tahoe, but I've been in San Francisco at I think this is my 4th or 5th AI event this week. CMOs have a lot of AI events right now, or marketers. And I've had a whole bunch of conversations about how on-prem is the newest thing, because people need to protect their data by having an on-prem solution. Okay, on-prem, we in the old days, you used to have things in your data center, and then we all moved to the cloud, and we moved to joint tenant, which created this cost savings, but is, insecure in some ways. So a lot of companies, in fact, I was just talking to Vec at Path Factory. Path Factory's had a lot of momentum in the government and security space because they do instances that are on a person's own property, not connected to the internet, so that they can use their private data and be absolutely sure that it's safe, but they can get all the insights from it. So I think I shared the story about Carta, who's sharing their data openly as part of their marketing, but I think this other, we're also in this massive transition between build versus buy. So 2 years ago, marketers were experimenting with AI, and then 2025 was the year of AI in production. But what I'm seeing and hearing is that the things people have rolled out and gotten great value from, they're already ripping out. Because some of them think, we bought this, I'm not going to name any vendors because I respect all of them, but we bought this, we got these great results, but now ChatGPT has come so far, and we've got this data guy, so we think we can build it ourselves in-house, and we think we can kind of feed it our own data, and we can customize it. So there's this massive build versus buy thrash. And so I think, I'm not expecting to see net dollar retention the same for AI companies, because I think we're still really in the experimentation phase, at least for the scale companies that I work with.
So these are all fascinating points. I'm going to bring it home with a platform question. So I was having this discussion with another AI founder, and because everything is changing, right? Do you build for a Salesforce or a HubSpot? Do you build for the new age Attio or Clarify or Day One? Who do you build for as you are an AI company, right? Because you can define your ICPs like, I'm going to go after the enterprises. That means I'm going to go after the Salesforce or the HubSpots and the HubSpot premiums, right? But then, are you going to actually be able to get the deployment done, right? Or you go after other startups who are on these new age sort of CRM platforms or CDP platforms. So I'm curious, like, what would your advice be if you're a early stage AI startup? Which end of the market do you go after? Any thoughts? Any considerations?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, if you look at the companies you're using now, like somebody who, you said Salesforce and HubSpot, but the biggest brands in the world are using Oracle and IBM, right? And they're not throwing that out the window tomorrow. And so there is, if I was tomorrow a founder, and I get to work with founders every day, there has to be something unique and proprietary, regardless of whether it's on your own platform or where you're plugging it in. And we're seeing so much happen with workflow tools that are handling all of that for you. I think it is, are you solving a problem more than if you're one or the other? We saw in that group, Carrie was amazing, AI group, we saw somebody that built something inside of Salesforce that they could easily host it outside of Salesforce. Salesforce and HubSpot, they're smart enough to know that, hey, we have to be able to bring the best of things into our platforms. I think it's less relevant than ever. And I'm somebody who worked for a company that was fully built on a Salesforce platform. And I don't think they would have needed to do that if they were building today.
I feel really bad for AI founders. I've worked, one of the companies I worked at was BEA, which was a middleware company, so I've thought a lot about integrations a lot of my career. And I think we've got the LLM problem. So I advised an AI founder who has standardized on Anthropic Claude, and he had a big deal with a financial services bank, Fortune 100 bank, that he was very well qualified and positioned for, but the bank had taken an entire year to get ChatGPT approved by its legal and governance. And they told him they were unwilling to start again on Claude and Anthropic. They were just gonna only standardize on ChatGPT. So the whole first to market there, I think is tough on the LLM side. And then I do think, so the specific example she was talking about was someone had built a sales coaching dynamic response where you could click a button in your Salesforce when you were engaging with an opportunity to say, grade me on how well I did engaging with this customer, grade me on how well my account plan is. So everything is happening outside. It's like a ChatGPT plus a copy AI automation, but then it's surfaced where his clients live. So I think, again, the challenge of being a startup is trying to get really focused on the ICP that you're gonna use. And then hopefully you architect your product with enough flexibility that you can potentially change down the road. But we know how hard that is if you're an AWS shop and you need to sell to Microsoft and you have to move to Azure. You're like, so it's a hard time because there's a million platforms and I don't see consolidation happening for the next 2 years.
Yeah, great point. We work with data, so we have to integrate with Redshift, BigQuery, Snowflake, Databricks, and then sometimes I think Domo came up. Whoa. So, all right, great way to end it. I want to maybe ask you all how you engage with startups, specifically, if you do. And you do a quick pitch of how people can find you. Do you write online? Are you on LinkedIn? Give everybody the spiel.
Go ahead.
Okay. I work with companies, but I generally work with companies $50 million and above because I work with a CEO and a CMO or a vice president of marketing, and I help with some of the strategy and some of the marketing. But I do write a blog at carrielou.com, and it's called Hypergrowth Leadership, and I've published, I think I just hit 75 blogs. I'm going to hit 100 this year. 75 blogs with real hands-on templates of how to do a lot of marketing leadership things that you need to do across all of the different departments. So thank you.
I love her content, and you don't have to be, I help companies that are Series A, and I send them your blogs all the time. I work for Scale Venture Partners, and so if ever I can make an introduction to one of the investors for you, I'm happy to. We have, I think right now, marketing. And often I can go to my network, and I'm happy to meet new people and refer them in. What I don't have in my network, but our portfolio companies are always looking for, are people that are excited about AI, that are doing cool things with AI, that are not yet the marketing leaders. And so if you're doing something in operations or in content that's cool and want to be connected with one of the brands in the portfolio, they're all AI companies, and I would love to connect you. So, and you can find me on LinkedIn or in anything tied to scale.
We're going to open up for questions. All right, any questions from the crowd? Go ahead. You're going to shout it out.
My name is Riaz, and as a marketing professional, I feel like I'm more like a kid in the candy store today. Too many technologies and stuff like that. Earlier, it was very easy for me to kind of go walk up to the CEO or the CEO and say, hey, this is 18% or 20% of my marketing budget, and you give me this stack. But it's changed drastically right now. In fact, Insight Partners was talking about, especially the startups, around 13% growth in their tech stack spend. That's huge. So that's around 33%. So, and you see all the startups and you see the benchmarks. So what is your advice for us if we were to kind of benchmark the spend for technology? So that's the first question. And the second is going to be, how do we actually even negotiate with the board when it comes to, because everybody's saying that, oh, the investments are going up, but then when is the cut going to come? Because we never definitely need to kind of cut somewhere. So these are two things that I'm paranoid about pretty much every day when I wake up.
I'm going to make two quick comments and then pass it to you. The people in our portfolio, so I get this super cool view of about 450 companies at all different stages, and the people doing the coolest things with AI, the most impactful, are the CEOs, not marketers. And it's because they really understand the problem. And with that, then the board is happy, that everybody's happy to invest because it is to the problem or to the challenge. So it's not AI for AI's sake. And I think the second part of that is, like, you have to remember the job to be done, and is it going to help you do that job better? So ultimately, as a marketer, and this would apply to anything in AI, our job is to get to the right person that we can solve a problem for, right person, right place, right time. That is our job. And so it has to be to that outcome, and then everything will make sense. Like, you can't get caught up in the FOMO and the hottest technology. It has to be to the outcome you're trying to drive.
Yeah, I think the same. So what I'm seeing in the benchmark data is that tool spend is coming out of incremental headcount. So I'm not seeing people, on the whole, there are some layoffs. I mean, we're in a tough economic time. So, but in the middle, in the average, I'm seeing not hiring new people. So let's talk specifically for SDRs. I'm not seeing that there are some companies who have cut SDRs, but a lot of them say, hey, we have 10 and we're going to double their quota or triple their quota. Say I talked to the CMO of Snowflake, Denise Pearson, and they have like 350 SDRs. And she's like, we're not changing the org, we're like putting in tools and we expect them to be twice or 3 times or 4 times more productive. And so I think it's very ROI based. Like, can they book twice as many meetings with the same headcount? And so we're seeing that. So the things that have always been so hard for marketers to prove the ROI, I think that's why CMOs are looking at the highest ROI example implementations first. So SDRs are so close to sales, that's awesome. Getting blog writers to make more content is like squishier. So those are harder investments for the CFO.
More questions?
I'll let her go first, it's fine.
Hi, my name is Ashmi, and I've been at big companies like Microsoft, and also lasting after your magic time. Large companies, people and process are always not easy to change. As you said, upskilling, bringing new people, changing
when I was young, I took on this job once that was special projects, and then someone told me that is a dead-end career because, you know, the CEO will be like, this is very important. We have assigned $10,000 and one intern to work on it. But I actually think that the best way to accelerate a team is to get a dedicated person who lives and breathes and obsesses on it and has a special evangelist charisma. Did any of you guys read The Tipping Point or The Tipping Point Revisited? I think there's these people on the team that can get, like, even the crankiest cynics possibly involved. So I'm seeing a lot of companies bring in consultants to do workshops with each team and try to extract from them processes that could be automated. I'm seeing them bring in some consulting companies. This morning we were at this company called GrowX, which is this AI consulting company that's gone from 1 million to 7 million in like 6 months. And they're doing a lot of really innovative building for companies that then bring those things into their own teams to run. And then I'm seeing a lot of companies take someone out of some maybe data science role to really build out some of the tools and adapt them to the ways of working. I think it's really hard to have everyone do it nights and weekends and in free time. I just don't think that that's an accelerated path to success for big companies. So I think changing the culture, having like real OKRs. So one of my clients, I suggested, that like every week someone brings a different example to their team meeting and shares it, and then if she keeps asking about that, then people know, what gets watched gets done.
The other thing, Laura, I don't know Microsoft, I don't have the Oracle experience. I actually had a job where my brother was marketing special projects. We have overlap too much. It was a great job and it was fantastic. If you do it well, it works. That's how I got into tech. That's amazing. And Microsoft, if you look at the largest companies, in healthcare, whatever the industry, they're not taking the risk. If you look at how they make up their company strategies, very heavy, at least on the marketing and some sales too, with partners and agencies. And that is taking risk, but while still taking advantage. I have the person that leader all climate change, when digital transformation is happening, is now being highly recruited into agencies. She is running corporate agencies. She and not even dated large companies because working with Dropbox and Wiz, because Wiz they're so forward, but because they need people external to the organization to make change. So that's where you want to make change. You're not going to do it, I think, in a brand that's going to be adjacent to the brand. They're going to see it work and then they'll bring it in, but it's not going to be today.
I think we've also seen it with the Shopify CEO's email. It really has to come from the top and the companies that prioritize it. We've all been that person who's evangelizing a company that's not going to move. And sometimes we have to think, I gotta go. I gotta go meet with some innovators where we're going to push things forward.
I was just going to say that if it's not coming from the top, it's not happening. Like, because it's not on the priority list. All right, other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. My name's Levi. I work for an open source software company that's in the enterprise. And so I kind of want to challenge actually what you just said, because in my experience, while it is important that the top is closer, okay, my bad, that the top is setting that priority of AI adoption and all of that. In my experience, the bottom has been the one actually driving the innovation. So how do you reconcile maybe alienating the bottom and their freedom to innovate and move by saying that the top has to kind of set that bar and direct that? How do you have both maybe?
Thank you for challenging that. I would say over the course of my career, I've seen a massive change in enterprise buying. I started out as an enterprise sales rep. I sold internet infrastructure to Yahoo and Intuit and the micro devices. And you had to go in at the top and get a sale, or even at Oracle, you had to get in and get a sale or SAP, and then it would take 3 years for them to implement it. Everyone would be forced to use enterprise software. But then I was at Atlassian, where it's bottoms up. Developers test, the developers experiment, they're like the tastemakers of technology. And now when you go to sell to an enterprise leader, they refer down to their developers. So I think you're absolutely right that there's this permeation of executives have the budget, they get to make decisions, they kind of set the culture and direction, but ultimately they're looking for people who really know what's going on. And I would say as a sitting CMO, I usually have someone in my data team or in the IT team, or like deep into the management bowels who I really trust, who's seeing what's actually happening, and then everyone else is like doing a presentation and someone else's presentation to get, So I think you're right. I think the people who are in this room, the people who are like really hands-on are the ones who understand it, but I do think that the executives have to make space for those voices to be heard. They have to say, like, we really want to be an innovative company, we want to move faster, we want to disrupt, and I would say where you see what executives have to do is in removing barriers to innovation and speed. Because speed is the biggest issue for enterprises. Again, I told you, it took an entire year just to get the government's approval to start the first experiment with ChatGPT. So like an entire year after everyone else was already innovating. And I see that all the time with legal contracts. And if the CEO or the C-suite or even the vice presidents are bought into the technical teams really innovating and giving them the experimentation leeway, the company can move faster.
A little bit of excitement to all of that, though. I'm assuming a lot of the room is not just using AI, but is marketing AI, is taking something that is AI and bringing it out to market. It is an exciting time to market to the enterprise because I think all the rules are breaking. We are seeing brands that do not have the 47 pages by industry, like all of the heavy content nonsense. It is like the stuff that I would be like at 2 o'clock in the morning falling asleep reading as a CMO to send over to Accenture because they're going to send it to ABB or whatever nonsense you're doing. The flip side is it's a high bar. You need to be concise, you need to be clear about what the value is, you have to be just so specific. The example I use is we all know when digital, when we were using our iPhones, we could go to a site and say, is this company relevant? Is the page wouldn't look right? It would be a mess. People can look at companies and say, is this an AI company? Do I want to spend time here? And so it's a fun time to market AI, but your marketing has to be tighter and better than ever because there are so many companies that are trying to do the exact same thing that you are.
Yeah, and I think it just has to be really technical. That's why product-led growth still remains. Even if you're an enterprise sales company, people are doing 70 or 80% of their research before they even come to talk to your demo and you get to talk to them. Like, we really have to have fantastic demos on our site. We have to have like really deep technical support for the people who are going to use it. I think all jobs are becoming way more technical. Marketing is going to be a technical discipline for a lot more people than it's ever been using M&M.
All right, one last question. Maybe 2 last questions. I'll come to you next.
Thank you very much. I'm William. We had a session earlier and we talked about the future of marketing and what marketers would do. And it seemed like most of the work would be strategic. But then I understand that to get to that state, it comes from spending time in the trenches, right? Coming from an associate marketer, mid-level, before you become like an executive. If in the future everyone, or at least marketing requires executives, what's the path to that then? Because so far, it seems like the path to becoming an executive is almost like disappearing, right? It's hard to get opportunities as a junior. And I say this also as a manager and a founder. How do I get someone from an associate to them eventually becoming strategic, right? Looking at the future 5 years from now, what do you feel like skill-wise that would look like? I don't know if you got my question.
So when people think about marketing and tech, we think about it as, when I came into marketing, we thought about the 4 Ps and like where in the 4 Ps should you specialize. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, it just means that you are younger than me. It's irrelevant now, but today we think of it as demand gen, brand, and product marketing. And I think that is a
one way to look at it, it's gonna be more flawed than ever, because that same content use case we talk about in the SDR side, where you're doing deep research, is the exact same thing you're doing on the SEO side, creating great content. And so the roles are not, we're not gonna break it up the same way, but that is my bet. I will share after, I mean, Maria Carolino, I know I live in the world, I'll share on my LinkedIn right after this, a framework that I use at scale. And I took all of the marketing roles and I reorganized them in 3 categories. We keep saying 3. We've done the same, like, speaker training. The first one is strategic, the second is operational, and the third is tactical. And I can tell you that I would not want to specialize in the tactical, right? I would want to know the strategic pieces, which is then orchestrating all of those others. And when you think about marketing that way, I think you start seeing what the goals could be and how it could organize itself. And what I know less is how you move from that. I don't know how somebody coming in today that doesn't get the experience in the tactical side, then moves up to the operational, then moves up to the strategic. I think we're all going to learn that together. I love the analogy of the road changing as we're stepping on it. But I do know if you can put your time, not just in learning AI, but thinking about those strategic pieces, and it doesn't even just mean leadership, it means, you know, what is driving your buyers to buy, what is creating value from your companies, you will be better positioned for success.
I wish I could do a whole session on this, but maybe I could make one. But I actually think it's a great time to become an executive, and I think it's even more democratized than it's ever been. And I'm going to share 2 examples from my life. So I think the 2 things you have to do is run into the biggest disasters in the business that no one wants to work on. And I've had 3 moments in my career that were absolutely transformational. And the first, I was a public relations manager at a very technical company. Now, if anyone's worked in a very technical company, public relations managers are the lowest on the pecking order, because they're like the ditzy writers. You know, they don't know how to code. And I had this rule that I had to be as smart or smarter than every engineer in the company, and I'd spend all my time with them. And a product management, not even product marketer, left the company a month and a half before the biggest product launch of the entire year. And I volunteered to be the product manager. And I did my PR job, which was related to like writing a launch and having customer stories. And then I would sit with a release engineer, because back then we put things on disks and mailed them to people for the beta. And I ran the smoke test, and I was very deep in the product. And it gave me this respect at the company that gave me the opportunity to take on any tough project that I asked for and make friends and have respect. And my entire mini fame right this moment is about having led marketing at Atlassian. And the reason I had that job was because of that PR thing. Because the guy that was like the best friend of that guy was the president of Atlassian, who recruited me to work there. And there's 2 or 3 stories like that where, actually, that same guy, president of Atlassian, I was complaining 4 years later in another company about something on his team, how his team wasn't doing a good job, and he goes, well, then why don't you fix it? And he hired me to manage the 2 most dysfunctional people I've ever worked with, a pathological liar and a raging alcoholic who sexually harassed people across the company. And I was their manager. And we had the fastest growing product at this like hot company. And so I did all 3 of our jobs for us while I tried to fire them. And so again, like sometimes I'll be like, shit, I don't want that. But like having been in the trenches and done the hard work, and so I'd say, well, 1, run into the burning fire and volunteer to do the work. 2, try to get into projects around the company. Like understanding product and product release made me a better marketer. When I decided I wanted to be a CMO at like 25, I thought I had to do a tour of duty in every function. So I've done 7 years in product marketing, I've done 7 years in mansion, I've done 7 years in brand. I ran advertising for Oracle, we did like, you know, super top of the funnel stuff. So I think that helps. Run into fires, get experience from all over the business, and then lastly, I somewhat regret that I didn't get an MBA. And I think this is controversial because I don't even hire MBAs usually. I feel like they're too philosophical. They don't want to they want to do strategy.
I'm like, I'm gonna do work. But I wanted to be a marketer. I wanted to be the CMO. I wanted to be this advertiser. And then when I got to the top, I realized that we pull these levers, but actually what we're doing is trying to make investors money. And they have all the power, and they make all the decisions because they're thinking about a financial trade-off of things. So they could care less about marketing. They're just trying to figure out, like, did we put $1 million in or $10 million and we get $20 million out in 2 years? And so I think if I'd done like one of those nighttime MBAs and really understood how all the business worked together, I would have been more successful earlier as an executive. So I was really like ground trained, but I think putting all those key pieces together, and I think that's more accessible than ever because knowledge is at our fingertips constantly to learn anything we want at any hour of the day.
I'm going to leave with one note, which is the thing that I say is everything. You either have to be really good at research, or art, or science. If you're spiking in one of those three, then you're going to get to the top. Because you're still the one who are sitting in that chat GPT prompt asking the questions. So you got to know which questions to ask to become an expert in your domain. It's not going to help, it's not going to start feeding back to you. Art, everyone talks about how easy it is to do art. It is not, my friend. There are less than 1% of the people in this room are true artists. And that's not going to work. And then science, right? True science.
Yeah, we can just announce that the drinks bar is open, and we'll start with the presentation.
Those are the three things
The
that
pitch sessions.
All right, one last question. I know this was a popular one. Can you give one more question or we go? You got that all? All right. I'm sorry, but thank you to these amazing people for spending all the time with us. Thank you.
Thanks for a great conference. So thanks to the team. Let's do another round of applause for everybody in this conference. Thank you. As marketers, we get to really appreciate a well-done event. So very well done. Thank you.
All right, everyone. And I'm sure this only gets better because now it's happy hour time. And if you all go straight through the hallway into the next room, you see a bunch of drinks set up. And please meet someone new, share something you've learned today, and make more connections. Oh, wait.
Also now that we're going to have get your drink and come back in here.
Oh, and then because that space is very small, get drinks and come hang out here so that we have more space.
We're doing the pitch sessions now.
And there will be pitches while you're having your drink. So it's going to be a blast.
Sorry? ¿Hablas español?
Mejor que los americanos. No tan
Fala portugués. Sí, ¿verdad? No, I've been here one time. Yeah, ¿cómo estás? Yes, I get started and like sending out everything.
LLMs and beyond. So think of this as you're getting a precursor into what's sort of coming out in the world before it's actually out in the world. Oh my gosh, okay, get your drinks first, people. This is chaos right now. Like the end of the day, my brain is I think I'm also the volume. This is better. No, I feel like this is too much responsibility just taking the day.